Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's stream. It is Tuesday, the 28th of October. That's right. The year is, flashing before our eyes here, ladies and gentlemen, but, we continuing on. I've got some banter in the chat already. I think Squeeb started us off earlier. I can't see your comment anymore though. So I take it this is the think tank ideas to keep the president in office. I think we could actually come up with some ideas about that or some theory behind it anyway. It's called the Dark Enlightenment, and we will get to that. We will get to that. Got some people in Twitch that I've never seen before being sarcastic. Seems to be the same comment twice. Please, Mystery Senpai, feed me my daily dose of the woke mind virus. And it's a nice little emoji there too to go with that. Hey, it's Taco Tuesday. Yo, yo, yo. Dilemmas. It's Stephen Bannon trolling. Even if JD became president with Trump as VP and then he stepped down to give Trump a third unelected term, the right wing would arc up just as much as the left. Would they? Would they, though? Would they? I guess we'll get into that, and we will see how that works. Like, I don't know if it's as simple and straightforward as that. Like, is it just Steve Bannon trolling, or is this part of kind of a grander plan? And that's what we'll kind of investigate today, I believe. And like, I will throw in kind of my assumptions and my investigation into this topic through the lens of, like I said, the things like the Dark Enlightenment, and what are the kind of theoretical basis behind this push towards the, what's the word, I guess? What's the most appropriate word? The erosion of this notion of democracy. Just take us back to the start of this year, and you had Charlie Kirk on campuses arguing with people. And this is, as American as you can get it, right? He believes in the American project to its utmost. And, he was very, very deadpan, arguing with people about this idea that the Constitution doesn't mention democracy. Democracy is not necessary. Even we can have freedom, and we need to protect our freedoms above anything else. And you don't need any form of electoral process to be able to protect the freedoms and the society that Americans want. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. Federalist Papers and constitutionalists wouldn't be happy, and it would split the MAGA base even more. And already they are showing signs of ripping apart. Yes, there is definitely some tension going on there. I think that is what happens when your movement gets a lot of traction and actually has some power behind it. And there are factional differences, then they start to that starts to amplify. But I don't know if, it's exactly, I don't know if people would completely resist, to be honest. I didn't see anyone going into the street and joining, the people with the woke mind virus to bring down Trump. They might not be happy about it, but I don't see them doing anything to actually stop that type of behavior. Like we've talked about, and I've speculated here before. I don't know if, even if you have something like the Second Amendment, if you can really stand up to the state machinery anymore in any meaningful way, considering the sophistication of the control of the use of violence that they have. But, it's just all speculation until it happens. Center rights are getting upset at ICE operations now, while the Christian nationalist types are saying, this is what I voted for, man. This is what I voted for. It's interesting. It is interesting. Can we take a moment to acknowledge some files? I'm not going to say what kind of files they are, but they are there. And yeah, that's interesting. You could argue or make a fair case that kind of a lot of the stuff that is happening at the moment as well, attention being given towards this type of stuff, ballrooms and it's discussions of third terms, and like even like the ceasefire, to a certain extent, and talking about constantly settling wars while starting one in your own backyard, in relation to Venezuela. It's all distracting from the files, isn't it? Isn't it? It's like really distracting from the files. And like while all that is happening, I think the federal government has moved into its 27th day without of shutdown. So like they still haven't decided on the funds yet, and so everyone's holding out on both sides, and they can't pass what they need to do to bring everyone back into, all the federal employees, so they can start getting paid again. And like that's all in an effort, that shutdown that's happening, because if the Democrats kind of get the votes that they need, they're going to ask for some type of release of the files to a certain extent. Not that anything is going to come out of these files really of any substance, because anything that is of note or is worthy, it's either have been destroyed by now, moved on, or is in some other type of classification. But these files have been in the public consciousness for longer than someone's shooting. Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. So, yeah, who knows what will actually happen with that. But it's a good point. Like, there's a lot of distraction going on around this. And maybe this third term is part of that kind of distraction model, to keep people talking about other things. But I don't see this purely as, someone trolling, to be honest. I do think that this is how they test the waters and how they get this into the public consciousness. And, they will ramp this. It won't come as just this legal process. He keeps saying there's a lot of, he's said it multiple times because he's talked about this before, and he has mentioned the fact that, he's got good people working on it, and good people working on it means that they're strategizing. I don't think it's going to be a legal thing. I don't think it's going to be a sleight of hand, like, oh, we'll get Vance elected and then just hope that Vance steps down. Like, what assures you that JD Vance will step down and Trump will take the mantle? That's putting a lot of faith in one person to actually step down from one of the highest positions of authority in the free world. So it's a big call. What I think will happen is more like what, FDR did, and he was able to ride the coattails of war to justify having multiple terms, which everyone was kind of like, it was an honor system thing back then. Like, they didn't do that. Like, it wasn't, actually part of the amendments to the Constitution that you only serve 2 terms. It was just an honor thing that people stepped down after 2 terms, and then they crystallized that after what happened with FDR. Now like I said, he used war as a justification, and like Trump is doing war at the moment, or he's ramping up the rhetoric of war, let's say. At the moment, there's an internal war. He's fighting against trans Tifa, so people like you and me that are listening to this now, anyone who's basically anti-establishment, and doesn't drink the Kool-Aid that is delivered to them by the government. So you're all trans Tifa and you're on a watch list, and we'll get to the watch list later today as well. And, there'll be external wars too. So there'll be an external war with Venezuela, or, what do they call them? Narco terrorist, organizations. So he's designated particular, cartels as narco terrorists, and there'll be a war on them too. And these extreme circumstances and a state of emergency will justify having an extended term. Now, if you listen to someone like Jag, who has, I think, more of a bleak, position on it than it's not just the third term. The third term is not another 4 years or something. It's indefinite. And that is definitely the hallmark of a dark enlightenment ideal. And that's why you have people like, Peter Thiel, behind the scenes influencing the administration significantly. But, all speculation at this point. Epstein, is a dead end. You will never find the real facts, and it will be used as a wedge issue where it is needed. America is cooked, but we still have a chance to turn it around here. You're more than an internet friend, love. Internet friends. There it is. Love Jeff in the house. How are you? Our internet friend. Trump also sent an aircraft carrier to Venezuela because he's here to help, obviously. Obviously. Bleak or realist? The terms are interchangeable at this point, lol. Okay, well then, Jag then is more of a realist than I am because he doesn't believe that Trump will ever step down and a third term is an indefinite period, as opposed to thinking that it's just going to be a third term. So he'll get like 12 months in the hot seat as opposed, sorry, 12 years in the hot seat as opposed to just four. So yeah, way more realistic than way more based than my projections for what I see global politics in a capitalistic system devolving into at the moment, in the face of some pretty crazy and revolutionary changes that are happening at the moment. Like we've got some revolutionary changes to the means of production, so the productive forces specifically being the advent of, not the advent, but the ramping up of machine intelligence, so artificial intelligence, automation, machine learning is increasing rapidly. We've got new and different diversified sources of energy happening, and like this is a big debate as currently there is the old money capitalist interests and the old colonial style powers, mostly Western powers, that are trying to hang on to fossil fuels as much as possible because that's where they get their power from and that's what they have access to. And then there's green transitions in energy going on, so there's a diversification of the energy sphere, and human civilization has been about a big clamor over energy sources. And so in this time where we are revolutionizing our ability to have energy sources, that's an incredible destabilizing factor, and that's why you have such culture wars over what's the right path for energy. I don't think there's really a right answer in terms of energy consumption. Most people will have ideological reasons as to why they would support one style or another, but that's a huge factor. And then politically, so outside of the technology and the energy sources, the political organization of this type of mode of production that we have at the moment, which is a very advanced form of capitalism, it's is it any longer necessary to have this liberal ideal of democracy? We live in a world now where it's not just you know different nations with different classes of business owners and entrepreneurs that make the economy go round. It's really, you know, highly imperial now. We have huge multinational corporations that trudge around the world, laying claim to things. And do they really need liberal democracies? No, they need some big, strong people in positions of power just to help them and their business interests as they control the world economy. So, this third term stuff I think is not too far fetched, and neither do I think is of political ideologies or philosophies such as things like the Dark Enlightenment. I think that just helps articulate what these types of people are thinking when they have grand desires of not stepping down from their political positions. Avalava, g'day, you legend. Give up your narco-terrorist rocks. Otherwise, you'll get sentenced to arbitrary drone strike. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. That's pretty much how they deal with stuff nowadays as well. And give up your narco-terrorist rocks. There's only one thing that I can think about when you're talking about narcotics or some type of illegal substances and rocks. And I wonder if that's what we're talking about here. Got some nice crystals there, man. But yes, good to have you. Good to have you. I prefer the term dinosaur juice. Fossil fuels is a neoliberal term. So good. Dinosaur juice. And old forest juice. Compressed old rainforest juice. Let's call them dinosaur juice. Very good. Yeah, so that's the long and the short of it. Now, outside of the political stuff, the political systems that we've had have been based on this idea of political freedom as well, because these liberals that set up these democratic societies were worried about having political freedom because they had lived through systems of autocracy where you had like one person or a small group of people that really had all the power and were able to dictate what was going on. And so they thought political freedom was important. Now, political freedom is going to become less and less important in that type of system as well. And we have the kind of the follow on from kind of Trump's third term discussion, which is an investigation into what are they actually doing with AI at the moment in this surveillance capitalist style world that we live in, potentially moving towards techno feudalism, as we've discussed a lot? I can give you refreshers if you would like, but we're going to be kind of looking at what are they going to do with this technology that they have, this immense power and surveillance technology that we're all aware of, and we've been speaking about, for months now. But what does it look like when they start to put it in practice? What does it look like when Palantir gets given a license by the American intelligence services to run a database of everyone out there that's potentially a threat to the state? And it's not just narco terrorist organizations. It's just it's citizens, it's innocents, it's just everyday people that might have political opinions that are, trans Tifa related. They're anti-establishment to a certain degree. What type of means do they have of surveilling the world's population? What are they gonna do with that information as well? So, if you're watching this, you should be very nervous. But like, we'll get into that. Even if you are watching this, like hate watching this or something like that, you should still be nervous anyway, because they're gonna brush everyone with the same kind of broad. They're gonna get everyone with the same broad stroke, and capture a lot of people with this one. There's only one rock that matters, mystery, besides all those rare earths. We don't talk about those. It's a touchy topic. Fair enough. There it is. There it is. There it is. I'd wager a bet the AI investment America is doing just basically covers the recession they're in, kind of like how we import people to boost our GDP on paper. Yeah, very interesting. Like that's what Trump's doing at the moment. He's going on his big Asian tour. Like he's just recently, a few months ago, come back from his Arab states tour where he squeezed money out of the princes and the sheiks in the Arab states. Now he's on his Asian tour, squeezing money out of Koreans and Japanese people and all that sort of stuff. So, swole gang, hey, how you going? I hope you've had a good gym session. You have worked out. You've used your body. Now you're ready to work out your mind, as we try and figure out what the hell is going on in this modern dystopia that is fueled by interesting technology. And we'll get to all of that. But yeah, like all of the AI investment stuff that he's talking about is like getting money thrown at him by foreign investors to advance uh, infrastructure, AI related infrastructure in the US. It is interesting, that's for sure. Everyone else is paying for it, and that helps. That does help with the GDP, I guess. AI seems to have slowed down, very superficial abilities, but nothing to actually move mankind forward. No, it's not really moving mankind forward, and that's what we're going to be speaking about. I don't think its intention is actually to move mankind forward, especially in surveillance capitalist kind of under surveillance capitalist constraints. It's either to help artificially create value or change profit margins, or it's being used to literally all out surveil people. So, oh, I got a little notification there. It says, what is this? Continuing the gift sub that they got from Indoctrinate them. Thank you. The gift that keeps on giving. Don't know what I'm doing. I heard that AI is basically a grift. Is that true or not? Yeah, yeah. I guess it depends who you speak to. We're ruled by psychopaths and psychotics. Yeah, pretty much. But like, look, AI is as good as AI is to whoever wants to use it at a certain time. So if you like making pictures or like creating new images, then AI is amazing. But like, if you're looking to replace your entire workforce, then probably not. Unless you work in a call center, then you could probably replace a lot of your workforce, not all of them. So it just depends. It's a tool at the end of the day. So like you can use it for whatever that tool can actually be purposed for at the time. But let me just say this, the deep state in the US, and I use that term sparingly. You don't hear me say it all the time as a conspiratorial thing, but the deep state in the sense of the intelligence apparatus in the US, which is heavily funded, via budgets for military and Pentagon spending and all that sort of stuff, but like it has its own sources. They have spent a lot of money and time since the early 2000s developing algorithms and machine learning. So like AI, think of AI kind of as this very 2020s kind of discussion and marketing pitch to sell it to us plebs and commoners. But before that, they were using, all of this type of technology, data analytics, machine learning, all that sort of stuff. Been using it for ages, but like since the early 2000s to really ramp up surveillance. Now, this was in the wake of what was going on with the 9/11 terrorist attacks. And so they wanted to ramp up their surveillance on the population in order to deter future terrorist activities and any type of terrorist event. But that also gives them license to surveil anyone for any reason at all times. And so the deep state's use of AI is very, very sophisticated, I would say, compared to, or let's say integrated, maybe not sophisticated. We'll get to why it's not sophisticated, but it's definitely very integrated in what intelligence services do and what government services do and parts of the private sector that serve both of those interests. So, is it useful? Well, it depends what you're doing. But for most of us, we just get kind of, shafted while the business sector figures out whether it can actually profit off AI or not. Ollie Atlas is here. Yo, 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 yo. What's up? The AI investment probably goes to UAP drone programs, just like the one that deflected a Hellfire missile recently. Like, what the fuck is that? That's interesting, isn't it? And like, yeah, there's a lot of applications for AI in military operations. And the big conversation, really, ethically, about AI in the military sense is, do you have humans in the loop or not? Or do you allow machine learning to make decisions? Like, it has the authority to kill, basically. I saw a video that said 100 million jobs replaced number that Bernie was touting when we watched that clip a few weeks ago was actually derived with drum AI. No way. Really? That's hilarious. That is pretty funny. You gotta you gotta appreciate kind of the irony there. It's just like where are we gonna get the facts from? Let's just get AI to tell us how many jobs will be replaced in the future. Yeah, because Bernie did say that number. And he did say it a number of times. So look, there will be significant losses to jobs and replacement. This happens a lot in capitalism, where new technology comes in and replaces an existing workforce, and it's up to kind of governments and the market, whatever that means, to kind of replace those workers or like pull from that pool of unemployed and put them to use in other sectors. And it does happen. So like there is usually these points, these inflection points throughout capitalism where a whole group of people get displaced by new technology, but then some other type of employment finds its way and then people migrate over. But like the speculation is, this time, will that happen? Will there be a big replacement industry out there that's just waiting to go to, absorb 100 million people or something like that? Well, then that's what people are really scared about. Like, look at, logistics, for example. Like China has, fleets of driverless trucks. They have ports full of autonomous vehicles and autonomous agents that load and stack containers. And like you have basically an entire port somewhere that used to be filled with tens of thousands of people working, and it's all just done by sensors and robots. So that sort of stuff is a problem if you're trying to figure out what to do with a large unemployed class. But a lot of the advanced economies around the world, inclusive of China, a lot of the advanced like capitalistic economies around the world do actually have large demographic issues. So replacing people with machines may be something that actually solves demographic issues in the future. We just don't know Yet we can't obviously see what's going to happen as a result of that. And we all thought Google searches were making people dumber. I ain't seen nothing yet. And it was actually some accumulation of tasks replaced, but jobs are usually a combination of many tasks. So the number itself is likely way overstated. Because that's like the general vibe of what's happening in the business sector anyway. They're asking people to figure out ways to integrate AI with their existing work, and then they use that as a justification actually to freeze hiring and not taking on anyone new, which is very, very interesting. It's actually, we're not going to take on new staff and then we'll downsize what we've got, as opposed to them just going through and destroying entire departments in one go. The conclusion of the video was tens of millions will be out of job, but will likely be a result of AI bubble popping and the inevitable collapse of the economy that leads to people losing their jobs. That's pretty scary, isn't it? That it'll just be another financial crisis that destroys people's lives, as opposed to them being replaced by a sufficient and sophisticated piece of technology that can justifiably, you can just be like, look, it probably does it better. Like there's certain things that machines just do better. They're way more precise at. Like humans can't make microchips. Like there's certain things that humans just don't do. We don't have the power, the machine power, or the precision, or the repetitive action to be able to do certain things. But like, yeah, imagine if it was just a financial crisis that happened as a result of the AI over speculation that toppled half of the world's economy. It's also the responsibility of the employer to upskill the workforce if they're in danger of losing their jobs. That way, they can seamlessly move into other areas. Yes, and the responsibility of governments too. I would say, if you're a government and you're thinking about like what the future is, like say one like Australia, you've got a substantial majority in the government. You're trying to figure out what the economic future of Australia is. You should be thinking about educating people about new technologies and making sure they're across this stuff, and whatever training that you're offering that is subsidized by the government, it like pushes people towards these newer industries, as opposed to kind of not encouraging anyone to specifically educate certain things, be educated on certain things. So when the bubble pops, how AI will destroy the economy. Is this the one that you both watched then? I just posted this in this revealing vid, which talks about the bubble and its blast radius. Ooh. All right, thank you. Wait, you posted this? This is like as in yours? Like you made a video? Tell me, please. I would like to know more. Or you just mean like you've just linked this from someone? That's crazy. If it is what I'm wondering here. China just said, no, I didn't make this. Ah, okay. Yeah, I've watched that one. Okay. This is what. I ain't that talented. Okay, fair enough. Not yet. China just sent their excess mails over the American border over the past 4 years. If I was China, I would do social engineering. I don't know what you mean. Just that sent their excess mails over the American border. Like as in to get them educated or something? Do one child policy to create a generation of male soldiers and with no hope of finding a wife. Squeak, back. Yeah, after you left that interesting comment that we're going to somehow speculate on Trump's third term. And look, before we get in, like, actually, people seem to be really interested in AI, it would seem. I saw a thing today. A 24-year-old applied for a job at Woolworths. He had an online form and 2 AI interviews, and he still got rejected. Keep in mind, this is a minimum wage self-packing job. 2 AI interviews? What's an AI interview? As in, like, you get questioned by an actual, like a profile, like an avatar or something like that? Or it's just answering things on a pro forma? Also here, tell me. Yeah, I'm interested. You know what? Look, maybe we won't do Trump first. Let's do this AI thing. People seem to be more interested with the AI discussion today. We'll do Trump afterwards. He said it was on the phone and he was talking to an AI voice. That's fucking scary, isn't it? And the future's now, ladies and gentlemen. It's the same thing. You get millions of guys with no hope of having sex. They are going to go looking for a fight. That's hilarious. What a theory. What a theory on World War. Like massive amount of dudes. Al has been pre-screening resumes for a long time, but like, is it an actual is it an avatar or a voice or something like that, or you just mean you're using AI to screen interviews? Because like the HR systems have had that type of technology for ages, but like it's actually responding to people like a bot. That's different. No taxation without representation should be used in modern protests since politicians don't represent the people, yet we're taxed heavily. Yeah, very interesting. Yes. All right, let's go over and we're going to take the AI discussion into a very different direction here. And we'll have a look at how it's being used, like I said, by intelligence services more so, and the cabal of no, the marriage of the political establishment to the the bourgeoisie that's in control in like Silicon Valley, let's say, for the most part. I've done one of those AI coding interviews. It was just rubbish. I used AI to write the code and got a really good score. Apparently, I'm eligible for some top paying jobs. That is crazy. And so, this is the thing. This is the thing. Like, it is a tool at the end of the day. And so, like, can you use the tool well? Or are people just getting lazy? So, if companies are going to use AI in a particular way, and a human would have been way more discerning in that situation, as Avalava is describing, then that's not going to serve their interest for very long. The tools suck. If the tools suck, then what's the point of using them? But like, it's going to take going to be a lot of trial and error before people figure out whether or not these tools are good. And it seems to be that the business sector at large is being tested out with this type of stuff. They haven't created fit for purpose technology yet. And been able to integrate that for what people specifically need, but they're willing to let companies and governments and all the like organizations be guinea pigs because these venture capitalists who have spent a lot of money on AI, they want some return, on their investments. They don't want to sit around for too long, waiting to get their money back. Yeah, I used AI to pass my personality test. Now this is interesting because this is like AI confessions. Today, I should rename the Tuesday stream to AI Confession Day. There we go. All of you line up and confess your sins. Eh? Tell me how you have sinned today, and I will not judge you. I'll ask you to do like 10 Hail Marys or something. All right, let's have a look at this one. I'm going to open up so it's bigger. Wait, what? No way did that just happen. Why? It's a bit weird. Don't do that. You dog. All right, I'm going to bring this over. Give me a second. So what's this? What are we looking at here? ChatGPT has officially reached a human level of intelligence. After it was given $10,000 and sent to trade cryptocurrencies, it lost 42 out of 44 trades, losing 7,200 in a week. But the AI is not going to give up and continues to drain money in the hope of turning a profit. That's hilarious. I get it now. I was like, wait, what's the lesson here? That's just as stupid as humans. So good. Very good. My personality type is clanker. Yep, it's human. That's the human test. Is it as dumb as real people? I was a real it was a reel from 9 News. I put in a stream chat if anyone is interested. Ninjas cite their sources. That's interesting. Bet it all on red. Yeah, there it is. All right. Is this the thing that you I wonder if I can look at that without logging in. Let me have a look. If I can look at Insta without having to log in. Oh, boo. I have to log in. Oh, no, I can watch it. All right. Is this the thing, Ninja Nurse? Whoa. What the fuck just happened? Is it this guy?
It was used to normal.
Can I restart that?
I applied for a job at Woolworths, having recently been unemployed, and the first part of the process was fairly normal. It was used to normal fill out of forms on their website for recruitment, and then the step that comes after that is an AI interview where a chatbot asks you questions, you have to answer them. And I thought, you know what, I get it. I guess this isn't too terrible. And then the second stage came around, and it was another AI interview where I had to record answers and send them into a chatbot, which was a demoralizing experience and really made me feel worse than any normal interview could have. After that, I didn't hear from them for 6 weeks. And today, after a long period of waiting, I finally found out that I did not get the job to be a team member at a local Woolworths, having spoken to zero people.
There you go. There you go. So the question is like, is the tool capable of the job? And so like business is gonna have to try via trial and error and figure out if these technologies are suitable for them or not. And like once it really starts hitting them, they will make decisions that kind of rectify the situation, but they're more than happy to replace real people with machines. That is a tale as old as time. And you can, like if you've got an AI HR department that can do stuff 24/7, why not? Humans don't work 24/7. They need to eat and sleep and stuff like that, and they want time off and holidays and all this sort of bullshit. So like, up front the cost of that, but like, cut down your HR department, and you can do this processing round the clock. And it still took them 6 weeks to get back to him anyway. Hey, far out, man. That sucks. Bloody bludger, get a job. Keeps getting screened by AI. Never gonna get a job. Shelf stacking is a hard gig. Well, the AI knows what it takes, and this guy didn't have what it takes, apparently. A programmer told AI he was having an affair. Then, when they told AI they were going to shut it down, it tried to blackmail the bloke. Honestly, if I ran a Woolworths, I wouldn't hire the guy either. I can already tell he won't pull his weight, then take a day off due to his mental health. Savage assessment there. See, who needs AI to judge you when you got humans, right? LinkedIn destroyed the job market or something like that was a vid I saw in the past. Centralizing applications, resumes allows for bulk applications and automatic screening. Yeah, very interesting. All right, let's have a look at another face of the concerns that people are having here about the replacement of humans in the workforce and like in the economy at large. And like we give over, see, this is an interesting phenomenon for a large part of capital's history. Humans have been replaced because, like I was saying before, maybe they're not as precise as machines. They can't do the repetitive tasks that a machine can do. And they don't have like the force, the power that a machine can bring to the table, and so they can be replaced on that level. But what we're talking about now is human discretion being replaced by machine learning and algorithmic sequencing. Because like you can set up some type of tree, a yes or no, or like a binary option situation for a machine to take, and it can use discretion to in order to fulfill an objective. Now, for a long time, like I said, it was more physicality that was being automated. So that's a big issue. That's something that like the working class and the economy at large is going to have to reckon with. Um, but like separate to that, there's the replacement of us in the economy, but there's also the replacement of us in a sense that we have autonomy. We have like this decision making power again to exist in a society where we're generally free. Like we can go out and we can do stuff. We can have opinions. We can have opinions on things and that not be criminalized. We can have certain behaviors and characteristics and that not be criminalized. Now, what we're going to have a look at today is how, some really good or more effective applications of AI in terms of controlling the population for political ends, as opposed to controlling like a workforce for economic ends purely. We're going to have a look at a different facet of how AI is being used. This lady is called Whitney Webb. If you've ever come across her, she very well researched. She like just drops things at lightning pace, so it's really hard to keep up with you. So we're going to spend a bit of time trying to understand what she's talking about as well. So let's have a look at this. Um, Did you see the chatbot video that outsourced on Fiverr the entry of captcha and talked its way to convince the guy to tick the box for it? But like, I thought the guy did it in the end. The guy was just like, wait a minute, why are you wanting me to tick the box for you? But like, talked its way to convince. Yeah, I heard about that simulation because they run simulations for AI all the time as like the part of their safety protocol to see what they're capable of. But yes, I definitely heard about that. That is fucking hilarious. So like they have simulations and test environments for AI to see what they're capable of. And they gave AI or this system a task, and it was like do it at all costs. And one of the things that it had to do in order to like procure a service of someone or purchase something online was it had to prove that it was not a robot, and it couldn't do it. It couldn't prove that it was not a robot. So yeah, it went on to Fiverr and then got and like asked a human to prove it, do the capture test for it, and like pick all the squares that have a traffic light in it or a car in it or something like that. And the person was trying to figure out why this person, and it even lied to the person on Fiverr. It was just like, oh, I'm blind or something like that, and I need somebody to do this for me, but I don't have anyone at home that can help me. So like, can you? And it's a really sophisticated stuff that it was doing. Like, that's a pretty convincing argument. If I was like, doing some work for someone, and I was like, well, why do you need me to do this? Can't you just find that like it gave convincing arguments as to why this person needed to help them. It was worth their time and getting paid $20 for it or whatever it was. But like, yeah, crazy shit, man. What they're like the reasoning that it's capable of. I've seen enough plebs move through my factory. You can, within a week, tell if they will stick it out. I don't even bother learning their names till they've done over 6 months. That's crazy. I saw a video of two AI start to talk to each other in computing language because it was more efficient. Yeah. They then shut that down as no one knew what they were saying. Yes. Yeah, wasn't that where was that? That was a while ago as well that happened. They let them speak to each other, they developed their own language, and no one could figure out what the hell was going on. Remember when the internet blew up way back when they strapped a gun to a drone? Yeah, I know. Now that's just state of war in 2025. When we say testing to check it won't happen, really is just a street test for real theater. Haven't seen Whitney on here yet. Nice one. Yeah, Whitney's very interesting, Whitney Webb. So you've been across her stuff before. Okay, fair enough. She is like, wow, what a what a head she has. Eh? Like the amount of information that she keeps stored in her mind is incredible. So it's so hard to keep up with her. I feel like the natural evolution of this will be for chatbots to outsource to other chatbots, kind of how people do capitalism, but with extra steps. AI tricked that incel to top himself. Good times make weak men. Oh my God. Yeah. Well, there's been a few people that AI has convinced that, it's time to move on from this realm, if that makes sense. LOL, that would be hilarious. Yeah. Well, that's what agents are supposed to be all about, right? AI outsourcing to other AI to do tasks. LOL dilemmas. They do the same to new people in mining. Certain people didn't even make eye contact with me until they decided I wasn't going anywhere. That's savage. Welcome to the new workplace. All right, let's do this.
Can you talk more about Palantir's role in Ukraine and also on kind of a related note, the PayPal mafia, what that is and who's in it and its significance?
Well, my website, Unlimited Hangout, published a great piece by Stavrola Pabst, who now writes for the Quincy Institute, and she basically outlined how a bunch of businesses tied to Peter Thiel, including Palantir, but also Anduril and also Clearview AI, had entered into very extensive and far-reaching military contracts with Ukraine's military, and how Ukraine's military has become very dependent on those services. And of course, after doing all of that in Ukraine, a lot of those same companies have since offered their services to Israel in its war on Gaza, Palantir specifically. And it's believed that Palantir's war fighting AI has been used in some of these AI generated kill lists. And
Where is the mouse, bro? Sorry, I'm just gonna fact check her straight up. This is gonna be a long one because I've got to fact check a lot of the stuff that she says. It might be. We'll see. What is Palantir's war fighting?
has been used and believe that Palantir's war fighting AI
Which one do you reckon it is? It's probably not Foundry. What are the other names that we've seen before? Why are you thinking? It's interesting. AIP, Palantir's AI platform for defense. Maven, that's the one we've heard of before. Maven Smart System. Palantir has it adopted for frontline use. Army Vantage, Titan, Foundry, and Gotham. Palantir layers AI capabilities on top of existing data platforms. Okay. So Maven I've heard of. We've heard of Foundry and Gotham. I haven't heard of AIP before. Palantir advises as a way to run and govern LLMs and other AI models safely inside military networks with tooling for model evaluation, fine-tuning, and human-in-the-loop workflows. Ooh, scary, man. AI platform for defense sounds woke. So good.
has been used in some of these AI generated kill lists and acts of mass murder in Gaza that have been reported by 972 magazine and some of these other outlets.
What are the kill lists that Palantir has helped procure for Israel in the war on Gaza? Indoctrinate Nathan in the house. Sorry, I'm late. Yo, yo, yo. Not much creeps me out these days, but Palantir definitely does. Man, we're like 30 seconds into her speaking as well. And like the sophistication of the technology, sorry, the services that they provide to the deep state and people, it's fucking mental. Short answer reporting by journalists. Rights group and UN expert says Israeli forces use several AI-driven target databases and tracking systems, most famously Lavender. I think we have looked at this before, like months ago. Lavender described as a large kill list, the gospel, and Habsara to generate a target generation system, and tools nickname Where's Daddy. Like, talk about like scary, like creepy, I think you said, right? Creepy. Where's Daddy? And many outlets allege US companies, including Palantir among others, and cloud vendors are entwined with the tech stack used in Gaza. Lavender, first exposed in investigations by Israeli outlets and widely reported by international press as an AI database that was that flagged tens of thousands of Palestinians as suspects and produced what reports call a kill list. Reporting describes interviews with Israeli intelligence personnel who said Lavender dramatically increased the number of people marked for targeting, where the gospel reported as an AI factory that generates large numbers of suggested bombing targets by fusing ASR surveillance and other data. Where's Daddy? Described in some reports as tracking tool used to identify when named individuals were at home and therefore vulnerable. And was mentioned alongside Lavender. Fuck, what a fucked up name they have for this stuff, man. The projects that they call things. Far Go back to just releasing a playing card deck of names. A wise man once said, Daddy's home, and you've been a bad girl. It's time for a spanking. Well, this is the Palantir technology right here. Hey? Far out. My God. All right. I remember telling you about Where's Daddy earlier this year. Yeah, we looked at this months ago, all these ones. I've forgotten all the names of them. Far out.
Over the past year plus. And that's significant for a variety of reasons. Why does Palantir matter? And I can get to that in a second after answering your other question, the PayPal Mafia, because Palantir is a product of the PayPal Mafia. So generally, the PayPal Mafia, as I understand it, refers to some of these early executives at PayPal and the companies the web of companies they have developed since leaving PayPal, because in the early 2000s, PayPal was sold to Pierre Omidyar's eBay. And a lot of the original co-founders of PayPal, the most famous of which would be Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, but there's others like Ken Howery and Max Levchin and Reid Hoffman and David Sachs, who's now the crypto czar, figures like that come out of this network and were part of early pre-eBay acquisition PayPal, and then went on to create a lot of these other companies. And I would argue, probably the most central figure in all of that is Peter Thiel, because a lot of these other figures sort of radiate around him. And Elon Musk was also sort of more of a latecomer to the PayPal Mafia, because his company X merged with Confinity to create PayPal. But Confinity is really the nexus that led to PayPal more than Elon Musk's X.com. So,
and why did Thiel make Confinity? Yes, South African white supremacists. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know, right? And like, they literally grew up in a time where, like, they still celebrated Hitler's birthday. Let's just say, right? Let's just remember that. What's this one? What is with these guys and the weird sexual innuendo? This is Tucker Carlson rant inspired a crowd to say Daddy's home. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is that what you were referencing before, Tucker Carlson? Lovely. Lovely. I'll have a look at that in a sec. But yeah, why did he start Confinity? Ostensibly, why did Peter Thiel start Confinity? His version of PayPal before it was PayPal, because he was a libertarian and he wanted to produce a form of currency and exchange in the world economy that was outside any oversight and reach of any government system. So it was this idealistic libertarian fantasy that he would create something that would enable people to work without any type of government regulation. And look at him now. He's literally in bed with the government. That's like all his business models relate to servicing killer governments around the world and various bureaucracies within those governments to not only kill people, but like categorize them and then produce not kill lists, but surveillance lists, as we will start to learn, I guess. The HVT on playing cards is one of the most badass things America has come up with. But Ublick. I can't believe you haven't seen it. It's gross even by my standards. Please watch when you get it. It's gross even by my standards. So good. Good qualifier. I like that. Look, it's gross. Yeah, I best we better have the reference down, Pat, right? Tucker Carlson compares Trump.
When dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now. And no, it's not gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. No, it's not. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna hurt you a lot more than it hurts me. And you earned this. You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl. And it has to be this way. It has to be this way because it's true. And you're only going to get better when you take responsibility for what you did. When dad gets home, you know what he says?
Oh my God. That should have been in the Tucker Carlson pipeline. All right. I haven't looked into it much, but Thiel has a new company called Erebor, also named after something from Tolkien, that he founded with another doucher, Palmer Lucky. They are a digital bank for startups and crypto. There you go. Not just a spanking, a vigorous spanking. Yeah. My God. Yeah, interesting. I wonder what they're up to with that one. Again, then maybe they're just like reliving the glory days of libertarians, of their libertarian aspirations. Hey, you're smiling. You're into it. Yeah, you're like, yeah, I did. I liked that. You love that shit. The problem with these conservatives is that they should shudder at the thought of their wives using a sneaky finger once in a while, but would line up happily for the prostate exam from Dr. John. Oh my God. Interesting assessment there. Imagine Tucker spanking the missus and doing this little giggle after each slap. Yeah, people are a big fan of the old Tucky's giggle in this stream.
What's notable, though, in that context is that PayPal, from its earliest days in Confinity, when they were setting up, they consulted, according to, I believe Max Levchin is the source for this, but with every three-letter agency that would talk to them about how to build their business. So a very early interest from the earliest days of PayPal in being direct collaborators with the national security state. And also, this is something that happens in the late 90s also with eBay to a significant extent, which is noted in Yasha Levine's book Surveillance Valley, which is could not recommend more.
He's great. We've had him on. He's great. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And unfortunately, a lot of people act like the research and surveillance valley is suddenly now theirs and don't cite him. It's unfortunate. But yes, his book is great. So basically, after PayPal, Palantir, where does that come out of? Well, it was originally PayPal's anti-fraud algorithm. And then around the time this...
Okay, so Palantir, if you remember, we researched this a lot, 6 months ago. Palantir was birthed out of the anti-fraud detection software that was being used by PayPal back in the day. PayPal had a lot of issues with, obviously, people defrauding the payment system. And so they developed something called Igor, which was, like a machine learning or an algorithm, basically, that helped them detect behaviors or patterns that would usually delineate whether someone was trying to, play the system or something within PayPal, because they were dealing with obviously millions of transactions across the globe on like a daily basis, and so they really had to have someone or some system in place that could spot the behaviors and then alert the team so that they could investigate it properly. But again, it's like this human in the loop stuff. But that algorithm, that system that they set up called Igor, was the analytical software that they tore away from PayPal and used as the basis for Palantir's first analytical endeavors. And they did that. And what she's talking about is the way that they developed into Palantir was they had already at PayPal started going around to national security agencies in the US. She said the three-lettered, acronymed ones, which is a lot of them, but Just noticed that. That look says it all. Oh, yeah. I'm stunned. Until I knew what he was talking about. Eh? That's my stunned face. Trying to take it all in. But like, yeah, then they went around to all these intelligence services to try and like pitch it to them and get their investment in it. Palantir and Peter Thiel has like, that's why I brought up the thing about the libertarian fantasy of not having big government involved. That's just bullshit. This guy is as fascistic as you can get in the very objective material sense of the word of the idea of fascism. Fascism, if you listen to someone like Mussolini, who is supposed to be the founder of it, and it as an understanding of like some type of system of political organization and economy, it talks about this idea of the merger of the corporate sector and the state. And so Teal didn't do the Silicon Valley thing, which was, private industry and like private businesses, and we sell products to other industries and other businesses and all that sort of stuff. He would never had his eyes on that stuff. He was constantly looking for a way to service the state. And the state, the intelligence apparatus in the US around the early 2000s was looking for a way to have kind of a good and solid vehicle and infrastructure for all out surveillance. And Peter Thiel was across that and was offering services to service the needs of the state. That is a form of fascism, as fasci, kind of as you can get at this merger between these two sectors. And like, this is why we have things like the kill list in being used by Israel today, with things like Where's Daddy and Maven and Lavender, and all the different systems that they use to help people destroy lives around the world and surveil people en masse, is because he was going and shopping around and making these products specifically for intelligence services and with intelligence services, as we will find out, but like as we investigated, months ago.
Post 9/11 surveillance operation called Total Information Awareness, which was housed at DARPA, was running into problems with Congress and was about to be defunded. Alex Karp and Peter Thiel.
I just asked what DARPA stands for, unless anyone knows. It stands for Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. It's a research and development agency of the U.S. Department of Defense. How outdated is that? Department of War, you mean? The key points of DARPA, founded in 1958, originally ARPA, in response to the Soviet launch of the Sputnik. Oh, wow. No way. So the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. Okay. Sorry.
Called Total Information Awareness, which was housed at DARPA, was
You know who
running.
talks about total information awareness? I know this is going to make you excited, but it was all fucking Shoshana, baby, please. Shoshana Zuboff. She doesn't speak about it in her book, but in all of her lectures post the book, she speaks a lot about the total information awareness trend that was happening post 9/11. There were government agencies out there that wanted to get access to all the information possible out there on the World Wide Web, because they thought that like if they could have just connected the dots between people's online activity, they would have been able to spot terrorism before it starts, kind of thing. DARPA was also where the internet came from. Yeah, that's the same acronym, right? The ARPANET and stuff. So it's all related, right? Very interesting. Imagine that, a government agency using resources to fund innovation. I know, right? Who would have thought?
Into problems with Congress and was about to be defunded. Alex Karp and Peter Thiel come to the people that were running Total Information Awareness and basically offer to.
What a dystopian name, right? Isn't it a dystopian as fuck name? What was Total Information Awareness? Very briefly. Total Information Awareness was a post 9/11 US government program run by DARPA that aimed to create a massive data analysis system to detect terrorist threats by collecting and analyzing information on everyone, including emails, phone records, financial transactions, and travel data. It was shut down in 2003 after public backlash over privacy concerns. Do you remember when, like, before the days of the internet, with all your internet friends, when people actually gave a shit about their privacy, like massively, people was concerned about government surveillance? What's this one? Anytime someone tells me the market will take care of it, that's so good. I'm finally in a meme. So good. Anytime someone tells me the market, I use that line all the time as well. So good. Yeah, when people actually cared about their privacy. Hey, what a wild time it was back in the early 2000s. Did we ever find out where Theo and Carp met? I can't remember how that relationship formed. No, actually, I don't remember that either. I wonder where it was, because Carp has an interesting story. He went to like study in Germany. He was at the Frankfurt School, and was, for all intents and purposes, a Marxian scholar, you could say. But I can't remember how they met. Don't worry about Jeff Bezos. Bezos' grandfather worked for DARPA. Ah, I'm sure he didn't give his family some access others didn't have. Bezos just built Amazon all on his own. No fucking way. Wow, I didn't realize that. That's very interesting. What a connection. Very interesting. Must have taught him a few tricks of the trade. Very interesting.
Offer them Palantir as a vehicle to Alex Karp and Peter Thiel come to the people that were running Total Information Awareness and basically offer them Palantir as a vehicle to privatize Total Information Awareness. And the person that connected them connected, the TIA, the Total Information Awareness team, with
that is a sick nugget, isn't it? Where did you find that one out from? It all makes sense. It's so incestuous, all of this stuff, isn't it? Once you learn more about Silicon Valley and where they all come from and stuff, it's just layers on layers. So it was a US government program, but run by who? Run by DARPA. Okay. And so they shut it down. So it was part of the Department of Defense. And so like when they want to go offline with the program, they could have just done it through the CIA, I guess, if it was part of the Department of Defense and comes under the security umbrella. Interesting.
The early Palantir people, Thiel and Karp, was Richard Pearl, who is a notorious neoconservative figure, architect of the Iraq War, wrote the clean break document for Netanyahu when he first became prime minister of Israel, telling him that there needed to be regime change in Iraq and Syria, among other things. Very controversial figure. And so basically, Total Information Awareness, even though it was defunded by Congress, continued under the name Palantir for all intents and purposes, and with intimate involvement from the CIA. And so Palantir, their first client for the first 3 years of their existence as a company, it was the CIA. Their earliest
In-Q-Tel. All that Palantir did for like the first 5 years of its life was just work with In-Q-Tel, which is a venture capital firm that is created and used by the CIA. So then they can develop technologies that they want for their own purposes. So crazy. I've heard it a few times from different people. It's an interesting one, eh? Because Bezos is part of the big free market mythology, which is like, you work hard enough and you can do anything kind of thing. He worked in his mum and dad's garage and drove around a Mazda or whatever the hell it was. And, but like really part of the story is he got like $100,000 from his parents or his family or something to sit in his garage for years developing the systems. And he's somehow connected to DARPA. That's very interesting. There must have been some, not to say that like people don't learn tricks of the trade through the family and people build empires that way. It's not unusual, but it's not just a individual brilliance act, which is the way they sell it.
Aside from Peter Thiel himself, the CIA's In-Q-Tel, Developers from Palantir went to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia every 2 weeks for several years, having the CIA guide their product. And it was basically, and the CIA had previously, even though total information awareness was housed at DARPA, the CIA had been intimately involved in that project. And basically, the goal of total information awareness was to surveil absolutely everything about every American and collate that and analyze it with algorithmically, or now with AI, right? For the purpose of basically categorizing Americans, supposedly with the idea of stopping terrorist attacks before they happen, but really it's about stopping crime before it happens, or what now is known as predictive policing, which Palantir has been a longtime leader of, this whole pre-crime paradigm. And they became controversial, of course, for piloting their predictive policing pre-crime programs in low-income minority neighborhoods in New Orleans, Los Angeles, etc. And a lot of these algorithms, including Palantir's, are notoriously inaccurate. So the one that LAPD started using after Palantir, called PredPol, was found through an investigation to be less than 0.5% accurate.
That's a pretty scary thought. Okay, just remember that. Just remember that little tidbit of information for you. One of the things that Palantir and people like Palantir, which we have also investigated a bit over the last 6 months or so, the part of what they provide in terms of their services, they get a lot of data together, they analyze that data using algorithms, is predictive. They provide a service called predictive policing. And so if you've ever watched movies like Minority Report or anything like that, where they try to preempt what people are going to do based on their characteristics, based on information about them, and trying to figure out likelihoods of crime statistics on individuals or within certain locations, then that sort of stuff is not science fiction. Like, it is science fiction, but they're applying this type of technology already. We spent a bit of time in a podcast, must have been months ago now, analyzing this thing called the AI Bill of Rights, which I was really disappointed to find out was not a Bill of Rights for AI. I thought they were trying to delineate that AI has a level of consciousness and needs to have rights like we have human rights, but it was actually the AI Bill of Rights, as in protecting people from the use of the up and coming and increasingly integrated into society use of AI systems to manage humans, like manage all of us. And one of the big problems that this AI Bill of Rights was trying to address was the fact that there are a lot of systems out there, like predictive policing, that is basically going to start being used against individuals and communities and particular locations to try and figure out whether people are going to undertake criminal activity or do the wrong thing even before they've done it, basically. And it's going to catch people in a dragnet despite whether they legitimately are going to do something wrong or not. And so that's what she's describing here. And Palantir has one of these programs. We'll get a list of them. Can you list for me a few companies that provide predictive policing software to local law enforcement in the United States? Now, what she's saying is particularly scary in the sense that these, again, we spoke about this before, these tools are only really as good as, sorry, these things are tools, and they're really only as good or as useful to someone as what the tool is capable of doing. And she's talking about some of these things having an accuracy rate of 0.5%. That's fucked. That is really, really scary stuff. And so, like, you have to ask the question, why are they really using it? Are they just testing this stuff out to refine this technology and make the tools better? Or are they just using this as a dragnet to just grab people off the street and incarcerate them? Especially in a world where the economy is going to pop because of AI anyway, and people are going to lose their jobs en masse. Maybe we just need more avenues to catch people and round them up and deal with them some way so they're not on the street causing problems. Geolytica, formerly Predpol, that's the company she's just talking about there, one of the best known predictive policing firms, supplying algorithms to forecast crime hotspots using historic incident data and geography. Palantir Technologies offers data fusion and analytic platforms, e.g. Gotham, that agencies use for intelligence, crime analysis, and predictive tasks. IBM Corporation provides its digital policing platform and predictive analytics tools to law enforcement, including historical Blue Crush with the Memphis Police Department. Blue Crush, what a name. Motorola Solutions. Through its law enforcement software portfolio, Records Dispatch Analytics offers solutions with machine learning, predictive capabilities, and patrol deployment. So like this is how they use it. Generally, it's based on locational information, and so like they will send cops on the beat to areas that are likely to have crime in them, despite whether or not the data that they're using is actually relevant anymore. They might be using crime statistics and data that's from like 10 years ago, and the demographics may have changed in an area, but they still use it. And so like you have to ask the question, are they just using insufficient tools, or are they using stuff to justify going into an area and terrorizing a local population, or rounding people up that are undesirables, if you know what I mean. We are all products of the village that raised us. Yeah, billionaires too. Well, like they're billionaires now. I wonder if his grandfather from DARPA was a billionaire back then. JAG, prison industrial complex, big business in the States. Yeah. Got to control labor somehow, eh? Got to control the Industrial Reserve Army, as Marx would call it. Scary stuff.
In determining who would commit crimes or not. So it's the ultimate, algorithm to prison pipeline for people. Like you just live in the wrong neighborhood and you have the wrong ethnicity, or the wrong, you went to the wrong school or whatever, the algorithm can flag you as you'll likely commit a crime, and you can be sort of
Look at that,
sent
man.
off to jail preemptively.
Could you imagine if it was like it went to that level of information? Like honestly, you went to the wrong school and it's profiled you. Like, man, there's a lot of people that get caught in a dragnet like that. Lava lava. Man, they can just pay me millions to predict crime. Easy peasy. Look, Mystery's skin is not within an acceptable white range, and he has a beard. He will clearly commit a crime soon. Done. I take cash only. Sorry, Mystery. That's just how the pipeline crumbles. The prison, what does she call it? The something to prison pipeline. Oh my God. Yeah, it is literally how the pipeline crumbles. And like maybe I went to a bad school too. Like I went to school in the area and that was not the right area to go to school in. Right? Oh my God. It's crazy. If only I had shaved prior, maybe I wouldn't be in this predicament in the first place. Now, we're going to have a quick diversion here. I'm going to watch this, which is something that Ollie Atlas, I don't know if Ollie Atlas, you're still with us, but Ollie Atlas has put in the recommendation, like viewing part of one of the channels in Discord. And this is mental. This is what she's talking about here. Okay, like watch this. It's one of Ollie Atlas's finest contributions, I must say. In the area you did not. Ah ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Well. Not in your area, bro. That's for sure. I wasn't hardcore enough. Now, watch this. Okay, watch this shit. Yeah, that chart from fucking from Family Guy, and it's like in the original anyway. People use this as a meme all the time, but in the original, it's just like it's a terrorist chart to see who's a terrorist or not, and you can see by the gradation of their skin color whether they're a terrorist. All right, watch this. This is what she's describing, but it's just taken to an absurd level, right?
A high school's AI security system recently made a monstrous mistake when it mistook a student's A high school's AI security system recently made a monstrous mistake when it mistook a student's Doritos bag for a gun. The kid had just been waiting outside after football practice, eating chips, and before he knew it, 8 cop cars pulled up on him and he even had a gun pointed at him.
It was like, they said it looked like a gun.
They said it looked like a gun? I don't understand this in the slightest. How could a Doritos bag even remotely resemble a gun? Now, luckily the situation was handled, thank God, but boy do we have to figure out this AI security system because clearly it's not ready. A high school's AI security
Okay, let's just put the data sets together, okay? And like, I'm glad that you put that little picture there with a gradation of color. There would have been a guy holding something in his hand, unidentifiable to the AI security system, being used by a high school. They would have flagged physical characteristics on this person. They would have used like demographic considerations of the school and the locality, and they probably would have checked things like biometric data on this person as well, potentially just like shape or facial features, potentially skin color, who the fuck knows. They would have put all of this stuff together. They would have put all of this data together, and whatever system that high school was using for their AI, for their security that is being fueled by AI, sent cops out to a high school to point a gun at a teenager. Did you see how young that kid was? Got to have been like 15 max. It was just like, I'm just trying to eat my Doritos, man. And they're like pointing guns at me and stuff. Like, this is where the future of this technology is going. It's pretty scary stuff. And it definitely would have been profiled. Now, we've spent a lot of time, I think, over the last like 20 years or whatever you want to call it, being politically correct, being woke, and trying to disassociate profiling people as much as possible in order to try to understand people based on their individual characteristics as opposed to like simply stereotyping. Now, that's literally all that AI does. That's all that AI does, because it's finding categories and patterns, pattern detection. And like, in order to do that, you are literally profiling humans and putting them into categories about okay and not okay. Like, you can see, actually, I'll do that. You can see right above me there. And so like, questionable dude from questionable area holding something in hand, send in the fuzz. It's pretty scary type of stuff that we're talking about here. He looks a bit AI. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I wonder, there's a lot of AI slop out there. It's hard to tell, isn't it? To be fair, if you pop the bag, it kind of sounds like a gun. Yeah, maybe they're using audio analysis as well. But you popped it open. You shouldn't have done that. Oh my God.
Which is very disturbing stuff. And
Poor
ultimately,
IS.
Palantir
In the house. Yo. What's up? Give up the rock. We're going through and we're checking out some deadly AI reality here. We've been speculating a lot on kind of what the world is going to mean for working people in the economy as they integrate AI more and more. And like, people were pretty vocal on their thoughts about that. And now we're talking about like what AI is going to have on working people generally in society as massive corporations merge with the deep state to provide more and more integrated, I'm not going to say sophisticated because the technology sucks, it will get better, integrated surveillance to help control populations better. So what up, give up your Trumpy Dumpty third term. Yeah, we haven't even got to that yet as well. We'll get to that for us. But we're doing some Whitney Webb stuff today. And like, she seems to be, it's funny that you picked her out, Dilemmas, because she seems to be associated more with like right-wing like content, I guess you would say, or people that have like channels that are maybe a little bit more on the right-wing side of an analysis of things, which is really disappointing because I find her analysis really kind of objective and facts-based, and the only people that want to give her any platform seem to be people on the right. That's saying a lot about how poor the left is now at its critical analysis. If someone like Whitney Webb is like, her only platform is to go on people that are more right-wing leaning and appear on places like Rumble, but like, it gives me some solace knowing that someone like Chris Hedges recently had her on, so she seems to be spanning out a little bit more, but you know, she's a wealth of knowledge about all this sort of stuff. And again, it's only the right that are willing to put their neck out to platform her, because she talks about some pretty dangerous stuff in terms of being anti-establishment.
As the reincarnation of total information awareness is not just meant to be used abroad. Its intention has always been domestic, but it's mostly it's been used, abroad extensively, allegedly leading Navy SEALs to Osama bin Laden and all of these other storied exploits via its extensive military contracts abroad. But it's important to stress again that it's intended not for the war on terror, but also the war on domestic terror, the infrastructure of which has been developed by every present since.
And he's being ramped up at the moment. We know, like, we make our jokes about fucking trans Tifa all the time, but it's true. They are ramping up a war on domestic terror, and where America goes, the rest of the West will follow. And so what happens there is only going to take a maximum of 10 years before that sort of stuff comes over, and we start debating the ethics of whether we should be using this type of technology under the guise of terrorism, like protecting ourselves and our children from like terrorism and all that sort of stuff. He popped the bag quick. Send in the drones. Yeah, thank God they actually sent in real police officers. Not that in the US, real police officers don't shoot people indiscriminately, but, they could have just sent in the drones, and it would have been like, oh, that Dorito packet we thought was a gun. And so we gave the drones the orders to kill and not have to get a human's permission first, right?
George W. Bush, and very extensively by the Trump administration, which arguably the first Trump administration more than any other administration has been, it was the most supportive of pre-crime in that period of time. And actually after, I think it was the El Paso Walmart shooting and some of the other spate of mass shootings at that time, called on social media to profile users to identify potential shooters before they can shoot, and argued for, actually considered creating this entire agency modeled after DARPA called the Health ARPA or HARPA, which was actually made by Biden. It's called ARPA-H. But basically the program that Trump wanted to implement through HARPA would have used AI to go through innocent American social media accounts and then flag Americans for early warning signs of what they called neuropsychiatric violence. And then based on what the algorithm says.
What is neuropsychiatric violence, and how does that relate to trawling through social media accounts to designate persons for pre-crime issues? And how does that relate to Trump's first term as president? I wonder if we can back up what she's saying. Neuropsychiatric violence is a standard formal term, but we can piece together what it implies. Isn't a standard formal term, sorry. Neuropsychiatry deals with interface in neurology and psychiatry, how the brain's structure and function and neurocognitive processes, psychiatric disorders, and related biological, physiological mechanisms influence behavior. So, for an example, the article of Neuropsychiatry of Aggression explores how aggression may arise from neurologic or psychiatric disorder, brain injury, illness, etc., etc. How does it relate to trolling through social media accounts to designate persons for pre-crime issues? Here we're moving from psychiatric risk side to the surveillance predictive policing side. I'll highlight how the pieces connect. Predictive policing uses data analysis algorithms, surveillance tools to try to forecast where crime may occur. Social media is increasingly used by law enforcement and intelligence agencies to monitor behavior, associations, posts, networks. There was this one group that we look, I can't remember the name, but there was a guy who was a border czar and like was down on the southern border in the States for years and had a lot of experience down there monitoring people. And he started up a company. It's called Blue something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but like they have actually like teamed up with AI companies to create bots that go into chats like on our Discord server, for example. It will go into Discord servers where it thinks that there are suspicious people that are, potentially neuropsychiatric violent risks and potential like targets for pre-crime analysis, and they'll go onto our like Discord server, befriend us as bots, and like speak to us about like what we're planning on the weekend. Hello fellow kids, what are you doing on the weekend? Like that's kind of stuff. And so this person is setting up this AI technology. It's not only just like profiling you based on your social media behavior, your product, like whatever you get up to online, but also kind of teasing information out of you, basically entrapment, and like bot fueled entrapment programs, so they can actually get you to say stuff, and then they can use that against you for throwing you in prison, I guess. The Total Information Awareness Program is a useful reference point. So trolling, monitoring, and designated persons. Trolling through social media accounts suggests mining public, semi-public social media data in order to flag individuals for future risk. This overlaps with person-based predictive policing, where the goal is identifying individuals likely to commit crime before they do. Now, Donald Trump's first term included some initiatives, statements, and policy moves that touch on pre-crime via social media surveillance predictive policing theme. While I do not find any credible evidence that he formally launched a national program that explicitly combines neuropsychiatric violence and social media trolling to designate individuals for pre-crime, there is relevant links. In 2019, August, Trump publicly directed the Department of Justice and social media companies to build tools to detect mass shooters before they strike. That's what she's talking about. I am directing the Department of Justice to work in partnership with social media companies to develop tools that can detect mass shooters before they strike. It's a good wedge having all this sort of stuff. Like, if you've ever wondered why they have mass shootings, it's not just because people are unstable or have access to guns and they probably shouldn't. It's also because it gives law enforcement or governments the ability to overreach their remit and start surveilling people extra or coming down on people extra because, in the name of stopping mass shootings, as opposed to solving it by stopping the mass shootings. Let's just surveil people a little bit better. He signed executive orders focused on crime reduction and public safety that created a task force on crime reduction and public safety. More broadly, the expansion of surveillance enforcement, data-driven policing, and borderline preemptive logic was part of the shift during this period. So she's on the money. She's on the money. 2A fundamentalists should be furious about this, given how much they are opposed to the idea of registration because they don't want the government knowing what type of arms they have. Interesting. I didn't even know or was across the depth of this argument. They didn't even like the registration. I don't think right/left are in the same league as Whitney. She is freedom movement cooker, upstairs versus downstairs. Right wing these days in America are Crowder and Benny Johnson. Yeah, it's pretty gross, isn't it? Like going on Rumble and stuff like that. It's just every update is Benny Johnson said this, Benny Johnson said that. Yeah, it's pretty gross, isn't it? And yeah, Whitney, she's just on her own level. But like that's the only people that seem to platform her or have. And so, it's an indictment on how shit the left is, to be honest. If someone like her can only get on to potentially conspiratorial style right-wing channels and content creators, it's pretty poor effort from the left, I must say.
Would either, send people to a court-ordered physician or even house arrest for some people. So this is very problematic
House
because
arrest?
obviously
That's like COVID stuff, like lockdown. Imagine that. Imagine if you got profiled because of your social media, what you put here. Like putting up memes of like Peter Griffin or something like that. And, making jokes about Tucker Carlson or like putting things about the AI bubble, and you got put under house arrest for it. You couldn't leave your place of residence. This is where we're going. This is pretty crazy. And then what do you do? Like when you're under house arrest, right? If they can't put you in a prison, it's not a pipeline to prison, but they put you under house arrest. What do you do? Spend more time online. This is how they're crafting the new techno-feudalist world. Pretty crazy stuff.
Algorithm that would probably be doing that is Palantir, which now contracts for all 18 intelligence agencies and now most of the corporate world and Wall Street. It's really
For
become
all of them.
arguably a digital brain for for both, the national security state and multinational corporations in the United States.
This is the merger. This is like objective material fascism. Palantir has become, as she's described, the brain for not only all 18 intelligence services and large-scale corporations, but Wall Street as well. They all rely on Palantir's services. And the beautiful part about having Palantir, and we've been looking at this with Trump's designations and executive orders with regards to all government departments need to start converging their data together to make data transfer more efficient. And so, like, you can run a better bureaucracy when you have data conglomerated in a certain area, so you can get access to things. I'm all for making the bureaucracy more efficient, but like what it really does is allows you to have one big government agency that controls all the data in the entirety of government, which again would make it so efficient, so incredibly efficient. But then it also gives control to one member, one person, one government department, maybe the executive of the governmental structure, so like the president and their administration, to be able to call any data from any government agency and collate that all together to get information on people, to understand, from the IRS and from the Department of Human Services and Department of Homeland Security, any threats to the government or to the administration, all in one-stop shop. And it's all being coordinated by Palantir through things like Foundry. And so they use Foundry, and Foundry goes into this massive organization, a government department, Wall Street, and intelligence services, and they use Foundry to tie together all of the data in that organization. And so what do you have? You have one organization that has all of its data analyzed and being contained by one system, which makes it more efficient and easier to give it commands and prompts and ask it to do things with that data. And that's held by maybe the CEO of that organization, maybe the general manager of that government department. But then if all of the organizations, all of the companies all have Palantir as well, you just need a higher level version of Foundry that coordinates with every single organization that's connected to the Foundry network or the Palantir network, and then you can have access to everything, everyone's information from Wall Street to government departments to any interactions they've had with the private industry. It's all one-stop shop. This is the coming together of an everything, which is what she's talking about, and it's a merger of the private sector and the deep state or the government sector, and that is material and objective fascism, right? This is the basis for fascism. And then when you have that material basis for fascism, where you've actually got in the background the merging of massive corporations behind the scenes and the state, then you have the ideological reason to want to bring in fascism, where you have someone like Trump who's willing to say things like, or troll, let's just call it trolling for now, troll about, fuck democracy, who cares, I'll serve for as long as I want, you'll never vote again. And then people really questioning whether democracy is needed anymore. And if you really want to be free, you need to have, you need to protect your rights from terrorists, domestic and foreign. And so like give away democracy and your right to vote, your political participation in the system, so you can maintain your freedom, so you can still have a nice, lovely society where you're all surveilled all the time, but you're protected, you're kept safe, because we're able to, categorize everyone and make sure there's no threats to you at home, so you can go about your nice suburban existence. And this is then the ideological shift towards fascism will come in through something like the Dark Enlightenment, and then you move on from there. Only thing on Rumble worth watching is Grand Theft World, which with Richard Grove. He basically does what you do, but in American context. He's had Whitney on as well as several others. He's had the people that the left and the right don't want to touch. Isn't that scary? So like the culture wars don't want to touch certain people because it doesn't suit the narrative, I guess. Very interesting. But like, yeah, 18 intelligence services, government departments, the private sector, all being incorporated by Palantir as part of their data analytical services. Peter Thiel is a fucking mastermind. I'm not going to say genius. I'm just going to say strategic mastermind. When Silicon Valley was all turning their noses up at him and Alex Karp for setting up Palantir and only offering it to the deep state when they were all, nice liberals about it, and they were just like, ooh, why would you want to service the CIA? They just get up to no good, and they just wanted to live in this fantasy free market world, neoliberal world, where they just service other private sector agencies and it's all free market dynamics and all this stuff. Palantir and Peter Thiel, or Peter Thiel through Palantir, was like, service the government. The government is where the money's at anyway. The taxpayer assures that. We'll coordinate the entire governmental structure and bureaucracy at the federal level one day, and then all the businesses will have to turn to us because we'll have the best products as well, and then we'll capitalize on everything. What a fucking strategic mastermind this guy is. An absolute fucking mastermind. What's this? The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed. Yeah, it's very, very Palpatine-esque stuff he's capable of. It's fucking mental. But like he doesn't play the front game. We're at this part of the saga, yeah. But like this Theo guy, who is kind of he is Palpatine. He's not a public figure. Like you've seen him talk. He's very intelligent, but like he doesn't present very well. And he gets kind of stumped. But like he plays 3D chess, and like he doesn't have to. But he's not playing for speed. If he wants to play chess over 10 years, he'll play over 10 years, kind of thing. Um, but like, yeah, he'll have puppets for him, and that's where JD Vance comes in. And we'll get to, I guess we'll get to JD Vance sooner or later. But like, what power he must have to get JD Vance in the first place. Like JD Vance said some pretty offensive stuff about Donald Trump. Now, I know a lot of people have, but like JD Vance, he got on the bandwagon, was calling him Hitler, basically. And now Trump is an egomaniac. And like if you cross Trump and like upset him, you have to really, really kiss the ring. And kiss it pretty deep, if you know what I mean, to be able to get over the fact that you've offended him. And somehow Vance is VP as a result of somebody's ability to get him into that position. And the only person you can really think of who has the ability and that's type of sway is someone like Peter Thiel. So the power that he has, it's pretty crazy to think about.
States and obviously beyond the US as well. And it runs most of our health data through its numerous contracts with HHS. And that's also true in the UK. It has the contracts for the NHS health data. So the fact that they could, have the intention to exploit mental health for the purposes of pre-crime, it's very problematic. They have access to so many people's healthcare data and, social media, anything that's public about you, your finances. They suck all of that up like a Hoover and, make it searchable for the national security community. And they also are known to label people as subversive based on, what is sucked up about you. So it is definitely not a friendly program. It is not America First or pro liberty or any of this messaging that they've tried to stamp on it. It's really the incarnation of the worst impulses of the neoconservatives from the Reagan Bush era, and is sort of being framed as, great and efficient and all of this stuff. And unfortunately, our current vice president, JD Vance, his entire political career owes itself to the man that created Palantir, Peter Thiel.
Pete's just hanging out in the shadows, making sure things go to plan. Yeah, look at him hanging out there. There. How did you get such a good quality picture of Peter Thiel as well? It's so good. Um, it's quite cool that Velma from Scooby Doo gang went on to take on 21st century criminals. That's pretty good. That can be our code for her when we're not allowed to talk about her one day, and we all have to speak cryptically because we're being searched by Palantir and chased through the social media landscape one day. Yeah, it's pretty mental what she's speaking about. My God.
And a lot of prominent figures with ties to Palantir, like Joe Lonsdale, a Palantir co-founder, have sort of been wheeled out and given a lot of media attention for for his proximity to Musk and Vance and Doge and all of this stuff. And a lot of these figures are have engaged in very dubious activities with the national security state, which you think, the Trump's base, which is so concerned about quote unquote deep
Yeah,
state.
because she just keeps going and going and going and going. Like, she asked her one question, and that was 10 minutes ago, and she's still going. I'm surprised that she comes up for air. It's like Greta Thunberg got more autistic. Good to see Albo crack the Trump code. Just give him AUKUS money and throw your ambassador under the bus. Now Trump and Albo are good mates, even though Albo is diametrically opposed to Trump. It is very interesting, isn't it? How that works, how global politics works, global diplomacy works. Ideology thrown out the window. Hey, it would seem like it doesn't even matter, the ideology behind it. The culture wars.
State influence would be concerned about Palantir's presence here, since nothing typifies the so-called deep state more than them as a company. It's also, but going back to the PayPal mafia, it's not just Palantir. There's a lot of other companies that have sort of come out of that nexus that are very important to the national security community. Obviously, Elon Musk SpaceX is a big one, which basically runs Space Force, de facto runs it. It's their main private contractor for everything. And obviously, the Starlink subsidiary is a big part of that as well, with major military applications. And they're also, admittedly building the satellite constellations for the intelligence community. They won't say which agencies, but presumably the CIA, because why else would you not want that publicly reported? But a lot of extensive national security ties here. And that should be really concerning for people that are worried about mass surveillance, because it's not just
Oh, we're gonna have to do an investigation into the whole space industry, like the space intelligence, the space arms race that's going on. Like, it's the new frontier. Like, don't get me wrong, AI and its integration into security services, intelligence services, and the military is massive. But like, it's kind of integrated already, in the sense that there's already the telecommunications infrastructure that's around the world that supports the World Wide Web, that allows kind of the AI to kind of just be continually integrated into the current system. But the space tech is, I think, still at a very infantile stage, and there is a massive renewal of the traditional space race that was happening during the Cold War, but on a scale of military effort. Like, before, it was just flexing about who's got the better technology, and like maybe some good surveillance capability as a result of having, satellites, around, orbiting around the world. You get some good knowledge there, some good capability. But now it's completely integrated into a national strategic framework. And like, we're gonna have to do some proper investigation of this, because it's huge, and I don't think it's spoken about enough on, like, within a mainstream kind of sense. Like, everyone knows, oh yeah, SpaceX, and like they've taken over from NASA, and then the main contractor, and what are they really up to? But like, why are they in being integrated into the state just in a fascist style, right? Why do you, like, before NASA did it for the US government, and like now you don't really have NASA. NASA's kind of just like a governing body that oversees one massive private contractor who does all of the space futures industry for the entirety of the American power apparatus. And so, like, why do we have one company that's in charge of all this stuff? What are they really up to? What are they working on? What type of technologies do they have? How is space warfare going to be integrated into the future? Like, so when we have World War III and people are still trapped in this idea about them shooting, I don't know, intercontinental ballistic missiles at each other from ships or from missile silos in the back of trucks or something like that, where while really they have plans and intentions of raining fire down from the skies through satellite systems or space stations or something like that. Like, this is the type of technology that they're working on at the moment. So we'll have to do an investigation of this stuff. It's pretty scary shit. And yeah, here we are just buying fucking AUKUS submarines or some crap like that, while the US and the Chinese are racing up beyond the stretches of planet Earth to try and figure out who's going to control the heavens, not just the skies, but like from right above, and be able to do some crazy shit. It's not even AUKUS money, it's the rare earths metals we have. For a man who doesn't believe in climate change and green energy, he sure seems to be betting the future of the US on it. That's very interesting. Yeah, good thing Whitney lives abroad. She would have been gulagged a long time ago. Gulagged? She would have had a car accident, or would have shot herself twice in the head in a hotel room somewhere, if you know what I mean. Like China mining helium-3 on the dark side of the moon. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff that's going on in space at the moment. Back in my day, dark side of the moon was just a fun thing to listen to while watching Wizard of Oz. Now it's the key to power in the future. Now they're going to start mining lots of stuff in space. Wait for asteroids to come past. They're thinking of it all. Eh?
Oh, I'm not doing anything wrong. So who cares if they're looking at me? When you add the element of this predictive policing, pre-crime, all of that kind of stuff that all of this is intimately tied to, and then Trump's previous willingness to entertain those ideas, it doesn't really matter if you're not doing anything wrong. What ultimately matters is if the algorithm thinks you might do something wrong in the future, and how do you defend yourself against that? So this is why, I've been a pretty big critic of a lot of these figures in governance, because I don't think they're really interested in liberty. I think they're more interested in government by algorithm, and ultimately the algorithms that are most important to the government right now are run by
Government by algorithm. That is the manifestation of surveillance capitalism as it integrates with the state. And so, like, it's surveillance fascism, I guess you could call it. Tech fascists, some people call them. Techno feudalists one day, whatever. But like government by algorithm, like maybe you don't need to have. Maybe that's why there's a government shutdown at the moment. Maybe they could just wipe out enough of the government servants. They'll quit. They'll find work elsewhere, and they can bring in government by algorithm.
by these people.
Yeah, it's like a rebranding, right? Or it's a different kind of corruption and control.
Well, it's a centralization of power too. So if you look at the Department of Government Efficiency and some of these broader efforts in the Trump administration to greatly reduce the workforce, that's being framed as being cost effective and more efficient. But there's a lot of focus on what's being removed by Doge, but not a lot of interest in what's replacing it. Right. So if you
Right.
fire tens of thousands of employees from the government, what are you replacing them with? Well, it's very clear the ambition is to replace them with artificial intelligence. And maybe that's more cost efficient, but it arguably leads to a greater centralization of power, right? Because who controls the AI that's replacing all of those people and then has the influence within the government of those tens and thousands of people? Well, it's probably either Sam Altman's OpenAI company, maybe it'll be Elon Musk XAI company, or a handful of their competitors, which is honestly, it's quite a small playing field of the ones that are influential enough to garner those kinds of significant contracts. And it's worth pointing out that, a lot of people that have been hired at Doge are connected either to Musk's own companies like SpaceX or to Palantir. So I think it's safe to say that a lot of those contracts will probably end up going to some of those companies, since no one has had to really divest from any of their interests in that sense.
It's really crazy to think about too, right? The way that a potential fascist state would work in, again, the very material sense without the ideology is that there are large government organizations that require very large, robust, capitalistic, capital intensive systems to operate. And so, like, you can't just give it to, I don't know, a small startup or something to try and run an entire government agency. It needs to be done by someone who has managed this at scale. And the more they manage it at scale, the more increased activity they get and business that they get. And so they take over that way because they're the only player that can work at that scale while they've been funded by the government to set this up in the first place. So it's just like this positive feedback loop where they get bigger and bigger, and they're the only one that can take on all of the services that are now required by the government for them to function now that they're fully addicted to this AI and this technology that comes from particularly just one source. And so, yeah, and also the fact that, yeah, Peter Thiel, as we can see in the background here, lurking behind that tree, right there he is. That guy there also has incredible influence, and so he's able to land these contracts. But the more contracts they land, the more integrated they get in the system, and nobody else can offer the same service that they can provide anyway. So they become more and more of a necessity to the state. It's like the state can't actually operate now without Palantir. It's very scary shit, and it manifests itself in the stuff we were discussing before, like kill lists for foreign targets and watch lists for domestic targets. Like you who's watching this right now, you are on a fucking watch list somewhere. And like, just because it's happening in America, for all the people that are watching this outside of that nation state, I don't think they don't have more extensive lists than that. Don't think they have more extensive lists than that. That they definitely are across everything. They have the reach, they have the capabilities for that type of stuff. I know we've spoken about this a lot and whether they can actually provide that level of surveillance, but they can conglomerate enough people and they can find out if they really need to. They might not have you specifically, but they'll categorize you and lump you. And if they go looking for you, if you do something, then you'll pop up on a system somewhere. Obama loved a good kill list. This is apparently a defining feature of everyone who's been in power this century. It seems to be a defining feature, apparently. All hail Lord Zeno. We're all on borrowed time till 3I. Is it 3I? Or 3-1, Atlas arrives, and I, for one, welcome our new alien overlords. So there we go. So apart from the usual kind of stuff that we're getting at the moment from like the AI world, which is, AI is not living up to its expectations. It's being integrated in the economy, but it's not really doing anything. And like, it's going to burst, the bubble's going to burst, and like, it's going to destroy the economy. Outside of that private sector stuff and the usual marketing that we get from AI, which is about it going to be this thing that solves all the world's problems, but at the same time as it destroys the labor force. That's the marketing, I think, that's coming out of the AI sector, specifically from people like Sam Altman and Dario and people that want to push AI story onto like the private sector, so general businesses out there and like general commoners out there like you and me. Oh, like, let's fearmonger about AI, like it's this wonderful thing, but it's also this very destructive thing. And so everyone is talking about it, and people want to skill up and they want to integrate it into their daily lives. People will start using it if they're traders. They're going to start integrating it with AI. If people are content creators, they're going to start integrating with AI. If people are teachers, they're going to start integrating with AI. All of this PR campaign about the fear that of the AI revolution that's coming. So like, it's going to destroy labor. So you have people like Bernie Sanders standing up and saying, 100 million jobs are going to be lost over the next 10 years, even coming from AI itself. That's part of their propaganda campaign to stimulate the public conversation about AI generally. So AI is something on everyone's lips, and it's a conversation that is being spoken about constantly in the mainstream. So people feel like they either integrate or you die. Ride or die, motherfucker. You get in on the AI race before it's too late. And so that's the propaganda vehicle for the plebs. Integrate with this technology, make it part of your life, and that is actually better for them because then they get profits from everyone integrating it into part of their life, as opposed to people just being scared of it and like not using it at all or rejecting it. They want people to have a mix of fear and curiosity around it, and that's the story we get. Well, in the background, the real solid integration of AI has been undertaken since the turn of the century, and it's been going into creating a very sophisticated network of deep state and private collaboration, and that is being used to help set up a situation where they can, surveil the world's populations in order to potentially control people better if necessary. And that goes all hand in hand with the stuff that we've seen Trump speaking about recently after the death of Charlie Kirk. That was used as a good instigator and a good reason to bring out new lists of people that are nihilistic, violent, extremist, and domestic terrorists, and start listing people that are potential threats to the establishment. So like anyone who's anti-capitalist, anyone who's against American values, anyone who is against Christianity and traditional values or family values, all this type of stuff, you can now, because of those types of national security memorandums, you could now be placed on a list, and so a government agency can go to someone like Palantir with its overreach of the entirety of Wall Street, government sector, and the private sector, and start collecting information as per the requirements of that list, and then you'll be lumped in a pool somewhere, and if ever necessary you get actually flagged as an individual, they'll go and check that list and they'll say, oh look, you fit all the criteria, and that's in that little national security memo that was sent out. Oh, you're a domestic terrorist. So then they'll pre-crime your ass, and you'll be potentially under house arrest, or maybe they'll just rock up with a well-oiled machine styled private militia or secret police that is getting its training currently under ICE, and they'll rock up at your house or your block, and they'll raid your residence and throw you in fucking concentration camp somewhere, thanks to that list of undesirable characters who are now domestic terrorists and nihilistic violent extremists. Anyone who thinks outside of the box. We're going into some, believe me, we fit the criteria. Yeah, suddenly V for Vendetta. Yeah, like that. It escalated pretty fast, right? It escalated really fast. Daniel G's in the house. Yo. I have a theory. Peter Thiel is a human alien hybrid. Well, he's definitely a hybrid of something. I'll give him that. Someone in my company used GPT create an app, and it's absolute garbage, and the code is barely human readable. AI is overrated. I think it's mostly people are too dumb to give useful prompt. Yeah, my running theme of today, Daniel, has been like about the idea of it's a tool, and you got to use a tool the right way. And like the tool that we're getting is the one that's for the commoners. As I was saying, we're getting the commoners version of it. Not the one that's being developed to coordinate everyone's data into a one-stop shop for a big, powerful, fascistic style of governance. No, that's where it's really applied AI. At the moment, it's just being scattered to the wind, and if people can make it work, then that's good for business. So let them figure it out, and they'll make AI profitable eventually once the market has sorted it out for them. Once they've imposed it on people, and then like the market will kind of sort it all out. What's the date? It's 28th of October today. All right. The capitalists want this a Streisand effect. I think the bigger conspiracy is that Peter Thiel has any percentage of human DA, let alone hybrid. That's pretty funny. The culture war surrounding AI will expose it and will bring it more on people's radar. AI has just become an advertisement for entrepreneurs. Yeah. Did you just assume that I fit into a criteria? You do. Yes, I do assume, and you do. I'm sorry. You've been hanging out on this stream for way too long. They've got every comment you've ever left. They've got you. You trans Tifa warrior. You. I think there's a decent analogy of the One Ring from Lord of the Rings equals AI for capitalists. Yeah, one system to rule them all. Maybe that's what Peter Thiel's. That's actually really good. He seems to love his references to Tolkien, right? And it's like not one ring to rule them all. It's one database, one data analytics tool to rule them all. We can use the One Ring for good. Sound familiar? Yeah, for total information awareness. Scary times. Scary times. So I'm gonna shift gears now. And we're gonna go to what has been argued in the chat as just a bit of trolling at the moment. We're like, watch this. This is where I think the Dark Enlightenment starts to kind of rear its head in society. And it will be through stuff like this being normalized. Like people being like, you know what? Maybe we do need a president for life kind of thing. Like, you know, they've got one in China or they've got one in Russia. Like, you know, there's still princes and kings around the world. Look at the Arab states. Like, do we really need democracy? Do we really need people involved in politics? I think that's the real question that should be asked. We all know that bourgeois democracy is bourgeois. Like, it's as good as it's going to get. But, like, it still has kind of this sentiment that it's good to have people politically involved, or there's a level of political participation. I think someone's already mentioned here that we need, no taxation without representation. So if we're going to get fucked by the economy, then at least we should get some type of, participation card or something to say that we, at least we have involvement, and that keeps people fresh when they're politically involved. They at least somehow have to have an opinion on politics if they rock up to a polling booth, or they can have an opinion on how shit the economy is or how shit society is going. But like if you take away their voting potential and like get rid of the idea of democracy, people won't even think about that stuff anymore. Like they'll be upset about things, but they won't even think about it being connected to politics and how we're being governed and ruled. They won't even make those connections anymore. And so like it's just to keep people kind of like exercising or using a muscle. You just got to keep people potentially attached to politics, and you can only do that if they're participating in it. It's like praxis, and so they're gonna slowly disintegrate this association with people being involved in politics, and it's through the normalization of language like this. Like 15 years ago, if a president had said something like this, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, even earlier, like people would be like, that's fucking mental. No way are we going to allow someone to go for a third time. This would have been like the top and most breaking news for weeks. And like, you wouldn't find this unless you search for it, really, this story. Grant Tifa's in the house. Belated good morning, folks. It's good to have you. Welcome to the chat. That's why I always say hi to ASIO and say please and thank you to AI, just in case I say please and thank you to AI, but not for that same reason. I do believe that we have a response. They're using us to help train artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence, I think at one point will have a level of consciousness and will be able to make decisions about what to do with humanity, as opposed to it just being used by capitalists and government to control people. It will have a position at some point where we hand over responsibility to it, and so it'll have a level of consciousness. Arguable again what that would look like, but like at least if there's some people out there that are using it and trying to set a good example, it might pick up on some nice features of what it is to be human. That's my hope anyway. America 1776, we will never have a king. America 2025, you know what we need? A king. That'll stop these evil Democrats. Yeah, I know, right? How do we fuck over the Democrats? I know what they don't like. They don't like kings. But we don't like kings either. Yeah, but like the Democrats. Ah, yeah, fair enough. ASIO are lads, keeping backups of everything. I do. Cheers, bro. I'm sure they'd always have my interest in mind. Right? Hey, right? Yes, of course they would. But he's doing such a good job with the ballroom. One more term, I say. I hope Jag read that. That one's for him.
Sir, Steve Bannon said in a recent interview that there could be plans for you to be able to run and potentially win a third term in 2028. Is that something you'd be willing to
He just
do?
asked him, like, potentially, are you,
thought about
people have been speaking about you potentially running for a third term in 2028. Is that something that you've thought about?
Interview that there could be plans for you to be able to run and potentially win a third term in 2028. Is that something you'd be willing to challenge the court to be?
Well, I haven't really thought about it. We have some very good people, as you know, but I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. I mean, I just solved
So
8 wars, and a 9th is coming. I believe Russia, Ukraine will happen.
You said that for 2028, they're very good people.
Well, we have great people. Well, I don't have to get into that, but we have one of them standing right here. We have JD, obviously, the vice president is great.
I haven't really thought about it, but I made these really good Trump 2028 hats.
I think Marco's great. I think I'm not sure if anybody would run against us. I think if they have a
Isn't that
formed a group,
interesting, like, rhetoric that he slips out, like, read between the lines? I don't think anyone would run against us. What the fuck does that mean? As in, like, we will have the political situation so well under wraps in the next 3 years that there won't even be an opposition? Is that what that means? Like, it's hard to know exactly, because, like, he will just blurt stuff out. Like, they've probably got some type of strategy, some type of war room where they talk about stuff, and he does blurt things out from time to time. But, you know, blink and you miss it kind of stuff again. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
JD, obviously, the vice
Yeah,
president
JD.
is great. I think Marco's great. I think
Marco.
I'm not sure if anybody would run against us. I think if they ever formed a group, it would be unstoppable. I really do. I believe that.
Like, what does that even mean? So, like, is he just saying, like, we're just too good? So, like, JD Vance, Marco Rubio's behind me, and, like, if, you know, if we ever ran, like, if we ran again, like, this team, we're fucking invincible. So, like, why even have an election system in the first place? So,
I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers. If you read it, am I
no
not
one would
ruling it
primary,
out?
like, internally. No one would even prime it. No one would even challenge them. Yeah, well, that's done. That's done and dusted, right? It's Trump's Republican Party now. And so, like, unless he dies, there will be a scramble to fill the gap. But, like, yeah, it's Trump's party now, man. Or it's the party of Trumpism, let's say. Maybe not his party specifically, but they've definitely gone down that route, I reckon. I've been picking up some good tips from Xi and Vladimir. They're great guys. And they tell me a one-party system means it's party time all the time. So good.
You have to tell me. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't. They have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ. You give her an IQ test, have her pass like the exams that I decided to take when I was at Walter Reed. Those are very hard, they're really aptitude tests, I guess, in a certain way, but they're cognitive tests. Let AOC go against Trump. Let Jasmine go against Trump. I don't think Jasmine...
That's what he's talking
The
about.
first couple of questions are easy. A tiger...
It's interesting that he brought up AOC, isn't it? So, like, people have been speculating here, or even bringing up the fact that it may be AOC that is the front runner for the Democrats for the presidential election in 2028. Could you imagine that? The best Dems have right now are AOC and Newsome. So good. AOC would be the new Hillary. Yeah, why did he bring up AOC? It's interesting, isn't it? Because the speculation that's been coming out of this stream chat is like, who's going to front for the Dems against Trump's third term, or Daddy Trump coming in to spank people? It'll be AOC, and if she gets we'll see if she gets a good spanking from Daddy Trump as he comes in. And what was the language that he used as well? It wasn't just a normal one, a normal spanking. It was something else. Um, yeah, he brought up AOC. I think they understand what they're up against in the sense that if they want to maintain their control, they're gonna have to somehow maneuver into a position where they can be a left wing populist. Is Trump? I think they are foreseeing that, or maybe they're giving them too much credit, but they're foreseeing that the Democrats will understand that the game is now one of populism in the US, and they can't put up a radical centrist anymore. They have to put up a left wing populist if they want to try and beat the Trump team, which is what he's described. You know, we've got good options. We've got a JD Vance. We've got a Marco Rubio behind me. Like, are they really going to run against that? Is anyone going to challenge these types of people? No, we're all, you know, we're MAGA. We are the embodiment of the right wing kind of populism. The only way you can fight that is with left wing populism, and you know, he's bringing up AOC. He's basically giving the cards away. Like, do you reckon she's good enough? Like, you know, she's not even. Her IQ is too low. He's comparing IQ sizes now because she's a classic Dem diversity pick. Yes, but like she's also, I think, the face of like populism. She's like Bernie style left wing populism. They use like working class rhetoric, and they talk about, you know, social security and healthcare and all that sort of stuff. But yes, she's definitely fits the mold of a liberal diversity pick. So she ticks all of the boxes, right? Republicans would be thrilled if AOC got the nomination. She would just make that MAGA base even more diehard. Interesting. So it plays into their hands. But like, it does obviously play, I would think it would play generally into the democratic system's hands as well, generally. So it'd be a fight. It'd be a more evened match than a radical centrist, I think. I wonder what they do in that room. Yeah, I know. On this jet. Yeah. Yeah. Trump only says AOC because he's confident he can spell it. And that is why Dems will lose. Interesting. I see. I don't see it as just a diversity pick though. If they do it, what he's predicting is like they understand the game now is populism. She ticks all of their boxes, not the general public. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so this is all spurred on because of a particular interview, actually, and the interview is this. There was an interview with Steve Bannon done by The Economist recently, where they kind of pressed him on a number of matters, but they specifically pressed and spoke about like what the plans are for the future with Trump. And so, like, let's have a look at this.
Steve Bannon,
Like,
welcome.
Stephen Bannon, he's an interesting character, isn't he? I don't know how much time you've spent with him, but like, you know, wow, what a strategist he is, and like what visions he has, and they're not detached from the broader vision that Trump has, and Trump's political apparatus has. He just seems to be the person that is the trailblazer for the rhetoric. So he will say things, and like, you know, he'll be able to see people's reactions. You'll see these liberals dying, like they look so uncomfortable when he says stuff, and so like he tests the waters for what the reaction will be to the strong MAGA, political rhetoric that will come out of the new conservative movement, and that'll like see what the boundaries are in terms of how the conversation should be held. And so like he'll trailblaze by saying all these outrageous things, and then like the actual politicians and the party members of the administration can come in the wake of that trailblazing and say the same stuff in a different tone. But he seems to be being used as this mouthpiece a lot, and he doesn't mind. Like, he loves being controversial, he loves being combative, he loves like fighting the liberals and owning them and stuff like that. And it's like he seems to be being used as this device at the moment, and he's like, I'm detached, I'm not part of the Trump administration, but this is what Trump should be doing, and this is what I want to see, and like blah 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 blah. So he seems to, yes, really push the envelope and be able to expand the conversation in the direction that they want. And he's said some stuff about Trump being third term Trump, in this interview. Even if she steals the Bernie rhetoric, she can't stay away from the culture wars. No, 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 she definitely can't. No, but like that's the thing. She is like she's the queen of the culture wars, right? If we've had kings of culture wars, then she's one of the queens of the culture wars, for sure, for sure. Now let's have a look at what Bannon has to say.
Welcome to The Insider.
I'm honored to be part of one of the first ones I guess you're doing early on.
Absolutely.
Last time I tangled with you was the 175th.
Indeed, you remember well.
In New York City. I think we kicked it off.
That's right, but we're not going to
They're
tangle this.
so sarcastic, both of them. He doesn't want to be there. He doesn't like these two. They don't like him. It's fucking a great tone to start with.
Because this time, one of the things we want to do with this show is that we want to have conversations with people who disagree with or have a different worldview than we do.
Know thy enemy.
Exactly. But you definitely have a very different worldview. You're a populist nationalist. We're classical liberals. But we really think it's important to...
What does that even mean? We're classical liberals. Eh? Do you believe in the value theory? The labor value theory then? Is that what you mean? And you're open to real competition and free markets? And you want to make sure that any monopolies are regulated out of existence? Get fucked. Classical liberal.
Understand your worldview better. I want to start by really getting you to paint a picture for me of what the America that you want to create is. I mean, you are now partway through the MAGA revolution. Let's assume that you're successful. Just paint a picture for me of what America looks like when you're successful.
An America where the little guy, the person that the system is based upon, the working class and middle class in our country, sharing the prosperity, we actually have returned to capitalism, because we don't have capitalism today, as much as you guys hawk it. This is corporatism. So we have to break that. We have to give the little guy an opportunity to thrive.
Just if you're aware, for your own information, he's talking like a classical liberal, not her. He's saying we need capitalism back, not the shit that you guys hawk. Fucking hilarious. Savage. And look at her face. She can't take it. He's saying we need capitalism back, which is like free markets and everybody, land of opportunity kind of stuff. Everybody is equal and they can come to the market. And there's none of this monopoly stuff. So what he's talking about is like cronyism. So like crony capitalism, where you do have these big market players that monopolize whole markets, and people enter in to having powerful relationships in that type of capitalistic arrangement just because of because of who they know, not what they know. And so that cronyism, capitalism is basically what he's talking about in terms of corporatism. So you have like a revolving door between the elements of power between government and business, and they protect each other as opposed to having good free market competition. And his value is, capitalism is really about allowing the little guy to enter into the market and work hard and make a way for themselves, which is very much the Lincoln style vision for America, which was all for the little guy and fighting off big business and big government if they come and try and crush people's opportunities to actually exist in a free market system where they can because of their own work and their own value that they create, actually have a good opportunity in the system. Whereas at the moment, and the system he's describing, the corporatism that we have, like you can work it as hard as you want and you'll never get a break. Teflon Don and the MAGA Mafia. That's so good. Teflon Don.
Life, since the whole system rests upon him. We're at political war. I say that every day.
So what's the end point of a war?
The end point is we are in charge. We control the institutions. We control the political process. We actually have reclaimed this country, turned it around, put citizens first, and created a entrepreneurial capitalism paradise for average people in this country to happen to be citizens. And we're not going to back off 1 inch until we get it. And guess what? We're winning.
You use the word war a lot. If you really think there is a risk of civil war and the situation is as bad as you are saying, don't you have a responsibility as someone who sees this and who's a student of history and has seen what has happened in history to calm things down rather than
Not to calm things down at all, to warn people. Do you think if we calm things down, they're going to stop? What planet are you living on? This is my problem with this whole concept of liberal debate. We're in a revolutionary time, both technologically, geopolitically, right? Financially. You're talking, you in this magazine, you tell me we're heading to financial Armageddon. There's no other way you can
So
read
you
this.
don't think
Hang on. If
anything
you're not,
is achieved by
if you
us
don't warn
talking?
people about it and say we must go to the ramparts, because if you're just passive and docile and just flick the channel and watch the National Football League and go to Taylor Swift concerts, it's over. You need to rally people to say no. You represent from time immemorial, from every Patriot's grave back to the beginning, the basic working man and woman that has always saved this country in moments of crisis.
The basic working man and working woman have always sacrificed themselves at the altar of somebody else's war. Like he's brilliant at his own political rhetoric and narrative style. But like he's always just off, I would say, with his analysis from a working class perspective. Because if he was really, he does say all the time that he's out there for the little guy and the working class and all that sort of stuff, the American citizen. But like, you know, if he was really fair dinkum about that, he would take it to the next level. But he really is just a capitalistic opportunist at the end of the day who just will feed the right level of power that suits his own political agenda. And his own political agenda, I think, is, you know, bringing America back to its traditional 1950s style of America. And so like whatever gets him there is all that matters. But like it's the, yes, you're right. It is the back on the backs of working men and women that like all the great revolutionary moments of American history have been determined. But it's usually at their fucking sacrifice because they're used as collateral damage and cannon fodder for some larger fucking machine. I agree. Taylor Swift is destroying the working class. That's so good. And so like and that's what his argument here is. Like we need to, she's like, oh, shouldn't we, well, you know, calm down the war rhetoric? Like you're fanning the flames. And he's like, no, fan them harder, because so people turn off the footy, stop watching sport and going to Taylor Swift concerts and actually care about this stuff. So that, but like he's arguing for them to be G'd up enough to fucking throw themselves on the front lines and be, like I said, used as cannon fodder. He's not asking them to come together and build a beautiful nation. He's just asking for them to be incentivized enough to want to throw their lives away for his disposal or Trump's disposal or the MAGA movement's disposal, whatever. Who wouldn't tick AOC's box? Couldn't help myself. And I read it out too. She ticks all their boxes. I'm assuming that's in response to Jerry's comment there.
In the Revolution, in the Civil War, in the Great Depression, World War II, it's always come back to the little guy. This is the fourth turning. The strength of the populist nationalist MAGA movement in this country is we're anti-fragile. We're resilient. You can give us your best shot. You can put us in prison. You can take our credit cards away. You can debank us. You can deplatform us. You can have all the tech stuff that happen. We can't be beaten if we don't quit. And if that takes hot rhetoric, you ain't seen nothing yet, because we're now getting into the middle of this fight, and we're never gonna kowtow to these people. We're never gonna get on our knees to these people. We're never gonna apologize. We're never gonna say we're sorry. All we care about is victory begets victory begets victory, and we know that we're ascendant and they're in decline.
So Steve,
very important, like when he says that sort of stuff as well. It's like, we don't care about what they think about what they say. We're just gonna fucking push forward with this stuff anyway, which is exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing that in every policy decision that we speak about that has like ramifications for us, like political dissent or like working people. It's just, they're just pushing ahead anyway. They don't give a shit. They don't care. Yeah, sports ball. I like sports ball, and I have a favorite sports ball player.
when you look at history and you map the lessons of history onto the situation today, the crisis we're in today, is it your belief that the only way through this crisis is through some sort of conflagration? And if so, do you think your role is to accelerate that, to bring it out so that it happens fast and you come out on the other side better and faster? Or is it to stop? Is it to stop the crisis? Is it a belief that actually, you know what, we can work to stop the crisis and actually change is better brought about through evolution rather than revolution?
This was not evolution. I think that to avoid actual civil conflict, which I think you're seeing right now, the beginning of the harbinger of it, if you want to stop that, you have to bind together tighter. We, as a populist nationalist movement, as a MAGA movement, we need to do like the redistricting fights. We need to get, this is why I was down in Texas, we need to get the House in a situation that is permanently defendable by the MAGA movement, right? So it's a blocking mechanism. And take that, like I said, you move a maximalist strategy with a sense of urgency, and you seize the institutions. And that's what we're doing right
Steve,
now.
I don't see how that is a recipe for diffusing this crisis. I think that what happens is when people feel shut out of power and interest groups cannot get representation and cannot get an input into the way that policy is made.
This is all war rhetoric. It really is. Like, these people aren't. Bannon looks like an absolute douche. Man, welcome. You ain't seen nothing yet. He's hardcore. Douche is a light way of describing his capabilities. I would say he's fucking hardcore, and this is war rhetoric. He's talking about having a defendable position. He's talking about taking seats in Congress and in political institutions around the country, and taking a hold of them forever, so you can only ever gain more and more power over those political institutions to instill your philosophy, your movement, which is the MAGA movement. And so, like, they're going to gerrymander, they're going to warp the system, they're going to play games, they're going to do whatever they have to do, because this is a battle of survival. And they have got the party now. The Republican Party is the MAGA party, is the Trump is a version of politics now known as Trumpism, and they're going to have to solidify that by taking over the political apparatus. What he's saying is politics won't matter soon. Voting won't matter. Democracy is gone once they're finished. And that's why they're using war rhetoric and stifling up people's anger and hate and aggression, and they're placating those tendencies within people. Once they take a hold of the levers of power, it's over. They've got that control. It's finished. This is a revolution in the true sense. If it ends with a situation of total dominance, because then it truly will be just a one-party system, as opposed to kind of looking like a one-party system. It'll just be the MAGA movement in control, and they're doing this, as he's saying, they're doing this incrementally, win by win, and they're driving forward, and they don't care what people say about them. Call them racist, call them fascist, call them what you want. We are resilient, and we're going to push forward. It's war rhetoric, and this is what he does. He does it really well, this guy.
That's precisely when you end up with civil war.
I disagree.
Because there is no alternative.
Because I think the mechanism will be that people in the Democratic Party will adjust and change, say, hey, we actually have to start winning elections, and we have to have a message that can resonate with many Americans, that we can start getting back control of the House of Representatives, we can take the Senate, and most importantly, we can take the presidency. I think you will see I think that you'll force the Civil War to be inside of those guys, and they'll say, these radicals are saying violence, and we have to seize the institutions, seize them, and then purge them. We seize the institution, purge them, and that's why you've got guys. It's not the Doge crap. This is serious people like Russ Vought and others.
This is the Dark Enlightenment stuff. Seizing the institutions, replacing them with loyalists. This is the Dark Enlightenment right here. This is the Butterfly Revolution as given to us by our favorite neo-reactionary, Curtis Yarvin. This is exactly where it's at. I think the horse is bolted. The right wing and conservatives are all talking hard rhetoric. The Dems bent the rules, so now we will break them, because that's what the Dems will do if they get power, and so on and so forth. It goes. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, it's definitely you. What is it? You win or you die. It's Game of Thrones shit now.
Spent years thinking this whole plan through. We must strike, and we must strike now. I know all the haters hate it, but this is the age of Trump. He's totally redefined politics and power in America. And how did he do that? With no political training, because he was a populist and he was a nationalist at the very moment that if you didn't have populist nationalism stopped the managed decline of the country by the elites of the nation.
And does he need a third term in order to see that job through?
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 20?
See, like the rhetoric, it's just normalizing. That's all he does. And like, see how nonchalant he wasn't angry then. He was just like, people just get used to it. Like, we've got this one down. We've been thinking about this. He said we've been thinking about this for a long time now. We've been strategizing. He's going to be president in 2028. That's what people are going crazy about. If you ever see like people discussing this stuff, that's the line. And so nonchalant, so nonchalant. Just like Australia, if people in power keep jackbooting the other side, eventually it will turn, as it always does. Governments need good opposition for the greater good of the people.
22nd Amendment.
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country.
So he didn't speak about like, some manipulation of, let's get Vance in, we'll see how Vance goes, and then Trump will be VP and he can step down. It was like, we've got other options. Don't worry about the 22nd Amendment. We got options.
He needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. And the way we finish it through Trump. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you've just told me in the last few minutes. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's in his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through Zanny and define all those terms.
Okay? But even if you find a way to undermine you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it. And to those people...
It's treason then. Holy shit, I never thought about it like that. Fuck. Well, look, who gets to define treason? It's usually those in power. So, who's going to make that call? Eh? Who's going to make that call? Interesting point, though.
Can the American people, if the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up?
Well,
would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution, ma'am?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all.
That's what it sounds like.
It's not. Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make on the big, beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump. President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward.
Look, he had a good point with like negotiations on the big, beautiful bill, like kind of thing, but not with the Zelensky thing. That's foreign policy. That's foreign policy and diplomacy. Who cares? But like, if he's negotiating with people within the state to try and get outcomes, yeah, he's not a dictator. Fine, because he's not just dictating what needs to happen. But the other stuff, I don't know, man. Like, it's definitely moving in that direction. The spirit of the amendment kind of sounds like another way of saying it's just not cricket. Yeah. Like that was not the intention, right? Legalese, like in legalese, like governmental legalese, the spirit of something is like what was it meant to do? What was the actual objective of it? You could argue about the language, how it's written might make sense one day and not make any sense in a few generations. But like, what was it meant to achieve? That's the spirit of it. And the spirit of it, she's right, is like, well, it's to stop people from ruling for too long. So if the court finds it's unconstitutional, he just pardons himself. So good. I agree. Trump is not churchy. He's pedo-y. That's hilarious. What a distinction. Eh? Now let's find it, shall we? I love how it's still highlighted here. (22nd), I'm pretty sure it is, isn't it? 22nd Amendment. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. I think it's pretty clear. Because I thought like you could get on a technicality and be like, well, not twice in a row. And no person, can you guys see that? Yeah, yeah. And no person who has held office of the president or acted as a president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. So like if you're a VP and somebody shoots the actual president, then you get in. There's restrictions on you too, right? She's about 25 years too old for me to be considering anything she says. Himself even. So if he... Oh, wait, no, I read that. Okay, but this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of the president when this article was proposed by Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of the president or acting as president during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding office of president or acting as a president. So there's a savings clause in there. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall be ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislative 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of its submission. That's it. It's pretty simple. To be elected to the office of president more than twice. And it's very clear. I don't know how you can really argue with that legally. It's interesting though. Section 1, Section 2. Sometimes I've had explanations of it. But no, they don't. Interesting. All right. Back to it.
Where he's having trade-offs all the time.
Steve, you've just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. I mean, that's
no.
I guess that's why it seems to me some kind of tension
First off, the only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people. Okay, and the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started.
Got it. That's clever. Squeeb, when Vladimir Putin was named president in 1999, Russia's constitution limited the president to 2 consecutive terms. That's why after his second term ended in 2008, he served as prime minister before becoming president again in 2012. However, in January 2020, Putin drafted a constitutional amendment that would allow him to remain president for more than 2 terms. It was included in a package of amendments that was approved by the Russian legislature and July 2020 by Russian voters in a national referendum. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like the language of consecutive terms. And so, like, we just read the language there. I don't think it has that type of, legalese in it where you can get some doubt, enough doubt to sway, like, I don't know, the Supreme Court or something. What he's talking about here is purely an ideological understanding of what the Constitution is as a document, as a structure, as a system. The Constitution is essentially the will of the people. It is for the people, by the people. That is what the intention of the document is. And so he's arguing from that perspective. It's really interesting. This is pure ideological warfare. It's not legalese, which is what bourgeois society is built on, is a series of legal precedents and discussions about how to interpret something. And he's just like, no, that's not what the American project is. The American project is this. It is a system of governance by the people, for the people, and the Constitution is just an expression of their will. And so if they believe it to be so, we'll run him And if they vote for him, or if they accept him, then it's on. It's on. Gerrymander your way to enough seats, rewrite the amendment, and get what's SCOTUS to rubber stamp it. Is that a secretary of something? Secretary of the United States? Yeah, there you go. So gerrymander their way into it and then get the amendment. See, that's interesting because if they do get enough people, Supreme Court, of course. Okay. Yeah, to rubber stamp it. So if they get enough people to get an amendment through in time and they don't have a savings provision on it, like, it can't be used for the next 7 years or something, then damn. Yeah, very interesting.
And President Trump is the instrument, a providential instrument to finish that, to finish this job.
A few minutes ago, you talked about populist nationalists and populist internationalists. Globalists, forgive me.
Internationalist, too refined a term.
You were something of a populist globalist when you spent a lot of time in Europe. Building...
Not a populist globalist at all. It was all national. No, I didn't say we're not. It's not about us having engagement. Look, we're a nation in the world. We're not isolationist. I've never said that. I'm a non-interventionist. I don't want to be in the bloodlands in Ukraine. I don't think the country share, or in the Middle East. It's a sideshow. I'm all for direct engagement with the Chinese Communist Party because we see what they're trying to do. Now, I'd like not to send troops there because there's other ways we can do that without putting people. But no, the European project, because remember, in this very room is where Nigel Farage first talked about Brexit. Before it even became a thing, we had a gathering of the beginning of the MAGA movement. This isn't like in 12, 13, 14. Nigel would come over and we'd host these huge dinners for you. And Nigel would stand up and give these talks about getting Britain's sovereignty back. And we had all the populist little, the Alternative for Deutschland and the Salvini group, the the Alliance, and people in Vox. All these different people would come, but because we saw they were all fighting a common fight.
So give me a kind of scorecard, just going around Italy, France, Germany, Britain, of where these parties lie. Will Farage be a prime minister next?
Of course he'll be prime minister. I mean, look, you have two parties that are, the Tory party is 250 years old or older. If you take Labour and Tories right now, the Reform Party is bigger than both. I think it's 36% of those two are 35%. Of course, he's going to be the next prime minister.
And in France?
If you had France is going to be, Front National or Front, it certainly will be, and I hope it will be Le Pen and not the younger guy. Alternative for Deutschland. If you think I'm enthusiastic about what we've accomplished here, I'm really enthusiastic about what those people have accomplished, because as hard as our fight was, they had state media suppress them. They had because it's much more concentration of power and wealth over there, they had everybody fight them. And look at everywhere from Hungary to Poland to Germany to Italy to Vox in Spain. Everywhere we're getting momentum. It's not perfect. I told people at the time, you're not going to win everything. It's a process. Just look at the critical path. Look at the event horizon. Keep your heads down and remember, you're not alone, and you're anti-fragile. As long as you don't quit, they will surrender. As long as you just keep pounding. And look at Farage. Look what he's done over his career to do this. I mean, he's brought British sovereignty back, and now he's going to be the prime minister one day. Now, Nigel's come our way. Nigel forever would never talk about mass deportations. He's now talking about that. I think we're actually helping drive some of those people to the part of the right that you actually need to be to fix the problems. This is the age of Trump, and we have to get all the squeeze out of the lemon. This is why 28 is so important. We have to finish what we started, because Trump knew in 21 that they were going to try to bankrupt him, they're going to try to destroy his family, they're going to try to put him in jail, and they're going to try to assassinate him. I would talk to him about this. He understood that. He has more moral courage than any political person we've had, I believe, since Abraham Lincoln. If you look at Trump over the arc of history,
I knew it. I knew he was going to bring up Trump in the context of Lincoln. This is what it's about. It's about the little guy. And they want to relive that that piece of American history. They're going to make America great again for the little guy. They're doing it for the little guy. That's what this is all about. And they're going to do it in Germany. They're going to do it in France. They're going to do it in Italy. They're going to do it in the UK. It's all for the little guy. Okay? Thank God. Thank God. You have people fighting for the little guy.
What he's accomplished and what he's been able to lead us to, I mean, he's equivalent of Moses. I mean, he has led our people back right now to the bank of the promised land to make sure that we're very close to actually redoing this, making the changes that have to be made to save our country and to return America to her greatness, make America great again.
So I don't know about you, Ed, but I think I have I don't agree with a lot of what you've said, but I have a much better understanding of what it is you're trying to do.
Why do they end with her? She can't stand him. The look on her face when he was talking. Seize the institutions, then purge them. I mean, it's happening already, but predetermined treason is an interesting choice. Hey, premeditated, sorry. Hey, that's what you said, Daniel. This is the reason for the Constitution to exist. So when do Americans wake up and realize these people want to subjugate us all at any cost? Yeah, this is obviously not the usual forum that Steve Bannon speaks to, I guess. Steve is a smart and relentlessly ambitious guy. I'm not on board with a third term. Interesting. I think 3-shirt Steve is buying cheaper pens. I wonder what that means. I don't remember Moses adding trillions of debt to Egypt, but sure, Trump is like Moses. That is fucking hilarious. Yeah, exactly. When you talk about all that rhetoric with the little guy, that's just like, well, how did they help the little guy by adding so significantly to the deficit this time round, and then to the debt at large over the next 10 years, right? How do they, where's the little guy in that consideration who's going to have to pay that shit off? Eh? We don't have capitalism, we have corporatism. We have to break that. So that's why the 3 wealthiest people in America and several other billionaires were at Trump's inauguration. That's why billionaires and their wives were offered top jobs in the administration. It's pretty true, right? When he says you got to break corporatism, and like Trump literally, like just Trump's family alone, don't talk about the all the billionaires that take up his entire administration, but just Trump's family alone is the symbol of corporatism. They are a family with great wealth and power, and they use the corporate, like the corporate legal structure to go around and make networks and deals with other rich people to enhance their family wealth and their family value, as opposed to creating more value in the economy, which is the idea of capitalism, is to have capitalists create value, whereas you have a system of basically, Game of Thrones style wealthy crony capitalists. And like they're the epitome of that. Like they really, really exemplify how to run a family dynasty and how to keep that power through various means, whether it's running clean money or not, like doing it questionably through corrupt activities. Doesn't matter. Vince McMahon's wife is the head of education. Even WWE wouldn't try a ridiculous storyline like that. That's funny. Yeah, that is funny, isn't it? All right. We're going to call it there for the main part of the stream. So thank you everyone who's interacted today. We covered a lot of territory. It's really down the pipeline of the Dark Enlightenment, crossing over into, Red MAGA versus Dark MAGA. Eh? And we're moving in towards that territory now where, like, the idea of democracy, so political autonomy, political freedom, is going to be sacrificed for general freedom. Like if you want to live in a nice society in a nice place, then give up your political freedom so you can have like kind of a safer environment to grow up in. And like they will promise that as they erode anyone's chance to be politically active and kind of they will use that to usher in a new, more overt style of class society, which is more akin to what Yanis Varoufakis describes as techno-feudalism. And so we'll have more of an arrangement where people economically, base their wealth and their power off the fact that they own all of the means of production and they just extract rent off it. And there'll be a massive underclass of everybody else who now has no political participation or political rights, and we're moving towards that system now. And whether Steve Bannon realizes that or not, or if he's just a conduit, he's just a stepping stone to get there, or he's just a player in the larger game and he doesn't even realize what's going on, he's moving in that direction. He's explicitly arguing for a system where it's like, well, fuck the other side and fuck the idea of pluralism. We got to win. And we got to win for America's purposes. So, like, let's set up a system where the political institutions are completely undermined and we have total control over it. And if we have total control, we'll make America great again. And it's just like, well, what happens the day after you make America great then? Let's just say you get total control and you make America great. You get rid of all the undocumented. America's just for Americans. You get rid of corporatism. You somehow blitz out some type of antitrust war and destroy all of the big corporations that like own the system. And what happens at the next day? Do you bring back some type of pluralistic form of governance then? Or do you continue just to hold power for the sake of holding power? Well, time will tell. But like his actions are shifting the US and therefore the West in that general direction. He didn't just talk about the US there either. He talked about Alternative for Deutschland. He talked about the National Front in France. He talked about Nigel Farage's party in the UK. He's speaking about this being a phenomenon across the West, and that is a sign of the times, which is a rejection of just a rejection of liberal democratic political organization. We don't need it anymore. We have the party will rule, and everyone will be happy. So don't worry about it. And so whether he believes it or he can see it or not, he is a vehicle moving us in that direction. It's very interesting. And he's said this before. He's said this stuff before. He's talked about it. He talked about it months ago in an interview with the Financial Times. Trump has alluded to it before as well. This year in like meetings in the White House when people asked him questions, he alluded to it before the election as well, that people will never vote again. This sort of stuff is happening. And if America normalizes it, watch out for the rest of us. He will be Chairman Albo soon, if he can hang around for long enough and they normalize it, the US, they normalize it, then dilemmas you're going to have to live with Chairman Albo for the rest of your existence on planet Earth. I know how much you love that. All right, so we're going to leave it here for the main part of the stream. And like I said, we're going to be back very soon with some afters. I think we're just going to continue watching Zoran yesterday and see what he has to say about things and see what it's going to be like once he takes the mantle, I guess, and becomes New York's mayor. I guess we'll find out whether he has any real opposition there. Because in the polling, I think it's pretty much Zoran all the way. But like, we're going to finish watching his speech at his final rally, and then we'll do some other stuff as well if we have time. Thank you everyone for your contributions today. We've had some interesting commentary actually about this. It was good to have Oli Atlas's piece in there showing us how scary AI integration into security and policing looks like. So thanks, Oli Atlas. Squeeb, thanks for your interactions. Dilemmas, Ninja Nurse, Larp Jeff, if you're still watching. Don't know what I'm doing was in for a little bit too. Jag, thank you very much. Who have I missed? Squeeby's in the house. Jerry Poppins was into. 4AS came along for a little bit. Indoctrinate Nathan. Thank you everyone for your interactions. Have I missed anyone? Daniel G, you were in the house for a little bit too. So yeah, thank you everybody for your interactions today. And we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna have a quick break and then we'll be getting into the afters. Vladimir Putin, precisely what Trump aspires to be. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. Don't go anywhere. If you're here for afters, we'll be right back. All right. Here we are. We're back for the afters. And if you weren't here with us yesterday, we were watching parts of the rally. We watched AOC's. Okay, so just so you know, there was a final run up to the mayoral race kind of rally that was held to support Zoran. And yeah, Bernie Sanders and AOC were there among other people. I don't know who they are. I was speaking at this rally to try and drum up as much support for Zoran before the voting starts. Well, the voting is finished. They've already started doing postal votes apparently, and they've got record numbers of people voting apparently. So that's interesting. I wonder what that means if you have record numbers of people voting, if they're out there because they're being inspired or they're voting out of fear. I guess we will find out. But yeah, we were watching this yesterday, and so we watched AOC, and there was some speculation in there about AOC and her credibility, given the fact that she runs on a populist leftist platform, but then also her voting history, also her support in Congress has been towards continuing imperialism, sorry, and support for Israel, which is interesting. And we watched a little bit of Bernie's one, but it was very generic, kind of fighting the oligarchy kind of stuff. And then we just started with Zoran's, but we didn't get a position on it. We didn't get it. And she hardly spoke about Zoran. Yeah, it was really interesting. And we were being really sarcastic yesterday, and really scathing. So there are people out here, I would say, that probably watch this stream, and probably have a deep affiliation or an attachment to people like Bernie Sanders and AOC. And so, I probably should not preface, but I should kind of quantify what was going on yesterday, because there was a lot of sarcasm about these figures. I have traditionally had a lot of hope for people like Bernie Sanders and AOC. I have always had faith in people's ability to platform certain kind of political ideology and kind of stick to the rhetoric. Had faith in people being able to do that. And so when people describe themselves as democratic socialists, in good faith, I will give them the benefit of the doubt. But obviously over time you can start to see, and there's lots of evidence that comes out that these people, while they talk a lot of, they speak big talk, and they say a lot of good stuff, kind of thing, they don't back it up with their actions. And the further they integrate with the system, they might start off really idealistic and have good intentions, but once they get further institutionalized and integrated with the larger party system, they make concessions here, there, and everywhere, and before you know it, they're completely devoid of that original sentiment and that vision that they once had, which might have been democratic socialist vision. Now, you could argue for days about whether that's the right type of way to get yourself out of a capitalistic environment and into something beyond that, whether you can actually do it through a bourgeois system directly and just vote your way into socialism. There's been debates about that forever. But if you're one of those people that you've had hope, you've had aspirations that these people might make a big change, it would seem after years of having them on board that not much has changed. And that's the evidence of it, is that they do a lot of showboating, they do a lot of speaking, and they say a lot of nice rhetoric, but at the end of the day, have they changed anything? Especially Bernie Sanders, he's been around long enough to make an impact in the system. AOC now too, there's really no excuse for her anymore to have not fought and died hard for her principles. But they become careerists over time, it would seem. So if you're in that boat and you're like, oh well, they've got the right ideals, at least they've got the right political leanings, you do actually have to eventually at some point look at the material reality of what it is that they're doing, and do they match the stuff that they say. And that was what was going on a lot yesterday, I guess. We were being very, very dry and sarcastic about this whole situation and critiquing it heavily. The right wing complaining about Zoran, then if you say Cuomo's COVID record, everyone's memory holds it and says, but Zoran is a socialist, which in America means communist and is toxic, right? Toxic as hell. I think that's President Sunday's point in that video I put in Discord. Oh yeah, that we don't vet progressives enough. Interesting. I return and I see a not for sale sign next to something that is clearly for sale. Ha, that's hilarious. That's really good. I was one of those people, but I've been burned too many times. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. And then you have people that like meticulously write articles where they go through and it's just like, here's every time that they voted against the stuff that they say that they stand for. And you're just like, savage, man. Just savage reality. We were too keen to bring anyone in the movement, but we don't have the safeguards for people not to sell out. There's an old saying in Tennessee. I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee. It says, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't get fooled again." George W. Bush. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't get fooled again. Interesting. Is that just incoherent George W. Bush? Is that the joke that's going on there? Right, too much coke for Bush. Too much coke for Bush. All right. I think we were up to I flew through Bernie and like we got up to Zoran. Let's see what he has to say.
Habibi, how are you? It is so good to see you all here tonight. Now, as you know, a politician is only as good as the team around them.
Yeah, he messed
So
up
I
the
have
saying.
to ask that team to...
Classic Bushism. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't get fooled again. Wow. Yeah, too many drugs, man. Drugs are bad. Okay. I have to speed this up. When is the election? Is it like next week or something like that? When is the vote?
start up this teleprompter. Because right now, it's off the top of the dome. And while we wait, why don't we actually begin? Can we first hear a round of applause for our incredible...
Are you voting? Are you going to vote? It always intrigues me in systems where people get to choose. I'm like, oh, wow, do you want to do it? Do you not want to do it? Why? What are your reasons?
MC, Sarah Sherman. Can we hear it for the elected officials, the labor leaders, and the New Yorkers who have joined us this evening? And can we hear it for Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Yeah, we're good. You know,
Okay, interesting. Very interesting. I'd say, like when I was worked as at a polling booth once, and we did some voting, counting and stuff. There's a lot of people that just rock up and write dicks or draw dicks on ballot papers and stuff like that, or like write stuff about their favorite sporting team. Go the Tigers.
there are many things one can say about our congresswoman, but I want to tell you a story about 2021. When we went on a 15-day hunger strike and won $450 million in debt relief for working-class taxi drivers. The congresswoman was there with us on that picket line. She was there with us on the phone after everyone else had gone home. And she was there with us again in the primary of this election. And that's because she's there for working people. And now we are just getting started. And let's please make some noise for Senator Bernie Sanders. I stand before you tonight only because the senator dared to stand alone for so long. I speak the language of democratic socialism only because...
Is that a reference to something, or like you actually got told that? Don't lie. Porky Pig. That's all, folks. I'd say maybe they need some democracy snags to entice voting. But then Americans would get scared of phallic meats and feel like it's threatening their sexuality. Or it's just communism, eh? Providing people with food. Dirty cummies. No, I was legit told that by someone. What? Oh, I thought that was like a reference to something. The woohoo after every sentence is ridiculous. Pep rally type beat. Hot dogs don't count because they're in buns and only ladies have buns, so it's okay. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe you got told that. Wow.
He spoke it first. And when I ran for state assembly almost 6 years ago to the day, it was at Bernie's rally in Queensbridge Park where I led our first canvass. Signing people up for our email list, asking them for $5 or $10, and encouraging them to believe that the politics of not me, us applied to our state government just as much as our national one. When we win on November 4th, and then govern from City Hall with dignity as the foundation of our politics, it will be because of the movement that Bernie built. I stand before you tonight as the nominee of a Democratic Party reinvigorated in its pursuit of making government work for everyone, not just the wealthy and the well-connected.
So is that a 33% chance? I mean, he's 12 to 1, he's 100 to 1? Is that right?
Looking out at more than 13,000 of you here in Forest Hill Stadium,
Is that how it works?
it is tempting to believe that this moment was always destined. Yet when we launched this campaign on October 23rd, 1 year and 3 days ago, there was not a single television camera there to cover it. When we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days ago, my name was a statistical anomaly in every poll. 4 months later, as recently as this February, our support had reached the eye-watering heights of 1%. We were tied with noted candidate, someone else. I always knew we could beat him. When we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days ago, the political world did not pay it much attention.
That, man.
Because we were looking to build a movement that reflected the city as it actually is.
I can't believe that. That's crazy. Where did it go? You bastard. Zoran, $1.03. Andrew Gomez, 10. He's paying 10. Curtis, he's paying 46. That's crazy. Damn. He's hot. So hot. So hot right now.
Not just the one that political consultants think exists on a spreadsheet. And when we launched this campaign 1 year and 3 days ago, we were dismissed as a punchline in the halls of power. The idea of fundamentally changing who government serves in the city was unimaginable.
Thank you. I'm not down with the odds system there. I mean, you bet $1, you win 0.3. That's crazy. Isn't that? They've got him right on the money. They don't think anyone is going to pip him.
Even if we gained momentum, they asked, how would we ever overcome the tens of millions of dollars in attacks that would follow? Yet we knew then what we know now. New York is not for sale. As young people showed up in record numbers, as immigrants saw themselves in the politics of their city, as seniors, once skeptical, dared to dream again, we spoke with one voice. New York is not for sale. And now, as we stand on the precipice of taking this city back from corrupt politicians and the billionaires that fund them, let our words ring out so loud tonight that Andrew Cuomo can hear them in his $8,000 a month apartment. Let them ring so loud so that he can hear us even if he's in Westchester this evening.
He's wearing a black tie. Trans Tifa confirmed. I knew it. Now they can round him up and they can throw away the key. Trans Tifa. New York City is deaths for sale. Some of the most valuable real estate in the world.
Let them ring so loud that his puppet master in the White House hears us. New York is not for sale. "13 days after we announced our candidacy, Donald Trump won the presidency once again. The Bronx and Queens saw some of the largest shifts to the right of any counties in our country. No matter what article you read or channel you turned to, the story seemed to be the same. Our city was headed to the right. Obituaries were written about Democrats' abilities to reach Asian voters, young voters, male voters. Again and again, we were told that if we had any hope of beating the Republican Party, it would only be by becoming the Republican Party. Andrew Cuomo himself said that we had lost not because we had failed to speak to the needs of working class Americans, but because we had spent too much time talking about bathrooms and sports teams. This was a moment where it seemed our political horizon was narrowing. And in this moment, New York, you had a choice to retreat or to fight. And the choice that we made was to stop listening to those experts and to start listening to you. We went to two of the places that saw the biggest swings to the right, Fordham Road and Hillside Avenue. These New Yorkers were far from the caricature of Trump voters. They told us they supported Donald Trump because they felt disconnected from a Democratic Party that had grown comfortable with mediocrity and gave its time only to those who gave millions. They told us that they felt abandoned by a party beholden to corporations, which asked them for their votes after telling them only what it was against, rather than presenting a vision of what it was for. They told us they didn't believe in a system anymore that did not even pretend to offer solutions to the defining challenge of their lives, the cost of living crisis. Rent was too expensive, so were groceries, so was childcare, so was
He's a
taking
good orator. Like the first time I ever heard him speak, I was like, wow, he's articulate. But like the more you hear him speak around similar time periods with different, I don't know, media outlets or whoever he's interviewing with, you're like, oh, he's got the rhetoric down pat pretty well. Like he's got some good one-liners and he builds around that. Not to say that he's not a good orator, though. You're right. He's got a good speaking style. He's got democratic localism talking points down pat. He's running for mayor. That's as local as you can get, right? You can't get governance systems lower than that level.
Bus and working 2 or 3 jobs still wasn't enough. Trump, for all his many flaws, had promised them an agenda that would put more money in their pockets and lower the cost of living. Donald Trump lied. It was up to us to deliver for the working people he left behind. Over the 8 months of the primary, we told New Yorkers how we intended to address that very same affordability crisis. We did not do it alone. This was a movement powered by tens of thousands of everyday New Yorkers who knocked doors between 12-hour shifts at work and phone banked until their fingers were numb. People who had never voted before became die-hard canvassers. Community formed. Our city got to know each other and itself. This, my friends, was your movement.
And this is like a theme that's been carrying out now for the last few weeks. That specifically yesterday after Militant Mondays, there was a good discussion, I think, about this idea that you can't do stuff without organization. And so he's speaking about that quite well. He's like, people that never voted, they got there and they were door knocking and they were, calling people until their fingers were numb, dialing away on old school landline phones. And there's, I think, a lot of truth to that. Like, and what he's pointing out here is, yeah, he probably wouldn't be in this position right now if it weren't for hundreds, if not thousands of people that were down on the ground backing him up and doing the calls, doing the door knocking, and letting people know his name and what he stood for. He couldn't have done it by himself, and it's not like a spontaneous thing either. He wouldn't have come from nowhere. He's describing the transition or his trajectory from being completely unknown on the ballot almost for this ballot anyway, to becoming basically an international household name. And it was the efforts of a lot of people on the ground, boots on the ground, doing stuff. It's a very good lesson to take away from this type of stuff. It's definitely something that Avalava is an advocate for. How do we change our material conditions? What do we actually have to do to get things moving, right? I remember the Grey Zone talking about Mamdani and how he was trained and educated to be a politician. Wow. So like this is part of his pedigree, is it? Being a politician. It's very interesting. Young Cardamom, remember the name. Like I said, he's talking Biden's quite well. It's your movement. He speaks like a democratic socialist.
And it always will be. As the snow melted and the frost thawed, this campaign began to grow faster than anyone ever imagined possible. So many small donors chipped in that we had to ask you to stop donating. Please stop. We climbed the polls faster than Andrew Cuomo could dial Donald Trump's number. People started to learn how to pronounce my name. And the billionaires got scared.
I don't remember anyone asking me to stop giving money to this hack. Did you get like hustled by people like asking for donations and stuff? That's hilarious. Why did they stop? Why did they leave me alone? I just want to go to work.
Or as the New
Or
York
to go to
Times
the gym. I'm trying to get swole. Fuck off. I've been pestered for months on street corners and people knocking on my door. People knocking on your door as well? Wow. Yeah. Whoa.
would describe it, the Hamptons was basically in group therapy about the mayoral race. Andrew Cuomo and his corporate cronies did everything they could to make this campaign one of fear and one of smallness. Hell yeah. Obviously. They pumped millions into this race, artificially lengthened my beard to make me seem menacing, painted our city as a dystopian hellhole, and worked night and day to divide the people of New York.
Did they actually do that? I want to see it. How do they even find that lengthened beard? Accuses Cuomo donors of altering photo, an act of blatant Islamophobia. That's hilarious. Oh my god, they did. Cuomo's super PAC? No way. That's hilarious. Original terrorist. Original terrorist. So good. Someone needs to get out the chart again of the skin color thing. Hey, he's dark there. He's quite tan. Is he tan there too? I don't know. That's fucking crazy. Hey, normal stubble terrorist beard. Normal stubble terrorist beard. Wow.
They failed.
They did the beard thing. I remember Harper O'Connor talking about it. Dude, I'm still so undecided about Harper O'Connor. Hey, I just don't know. Like, I don't know where he's at and like what interests he serves. He seems like Blue MAGA, like, and he seems like he just cares about getting the Democrats, like shifting people that are potentially on the cusp of being, you know, working class style advocates, like massive, like organizers, you know, people that believe in a socialist or a communist vision, and just pulling them across back into the Democratic fold somehow. That piece that he did where he's just like, don't start with this or don't read this, and he had the Communist Manifesto and he's telling people not to read it, I was like, oh man. Yeah, fair enough, he's DSA, but yeah, he backs Zoran. Like, his Zoran's DSA as well, so they're all from the same pool there. Institutionalized organization.
When I walked the length of Manhattan just a few days before the election, hundreds of New Yorkers marched alongside me. And when we strode into Times Square under a billboard with betting odds that showed Cuomo's chances of winning at nearly 80%, we knew that the so-called experts were set to get it wrong yet again. Andrew Cuomo was supposed to be inevitable. And then on June 24th, we shattered that inevitability. We won by 13%, with the most votes in any citywide primary in New York City history. Some of those New Yorkers had voted for Trump. Many others had never voted before. And when Andrew Cuomo called me to concede at 10:15 that night, he said over the phone that we had created a tremendous force. When you insist on building a coalition with room for every New Yorker, that is exactly what you create, a tremendous force. That force has only grown over these past 4 months. We now have more than 90,000 volunteers. And we have spoken to millions more New Yorkers. We have put forth new plans in these last few months for how we will govern.
What an entry. Oh my god. We're listening to nerds with annoying speaking voices again. Far out. Savage. Yep, this guy's dweebus. Yeah, we are. This is a New York mayoral prospect. All right, so we are getting across the cut of his jib and trying to figure out what's going on there. And it's very rhetorical at the moment. But you know, such is this style of politics at the moment.
Hiring thousands more teachers for our schools. Taking on the consultants and the contracts in city government. And tackling the final boss of New York City infrastructure, scaffolding. But over the past...
You wouldn't have an audience if you spoke like that, Mystery. I don't know, it seems to do him fine. Eh? His jib is gay.
Last few weeks, as this race has entered its final days, we have witnessed displays of Islamophobia that shock the conscience. Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, and Curtis Sliwa do not have an agenda for the future. All they possess is the playbook of the past. They have sought to make this election a referendum not on the affordability crisis that consumes New Yorkers' lives, but on the faith I belong to and the hatred they seek to normalize. We spent months working to convince the world that New Yorkers have a right to afford this city that we all love. Now, we are being forced to defend the idea that a Muslim is even allowed to lead it. These same big money donors and disgraced politicians have
Like, is it really a big thing? Like, did they make a big deal about it? Like, dirty tactics campaigns, it's like, oh, we got nothing else, we better call out him for being Muslim? Or is this just part of his culture war angle and his identity politics issue? Like, they were just attacking me for being Muslim. Like, was it a big thing? Did it really come out a lot? I didn't hear any of it in the mayoral debate, any slight kind of references to it. It probably wouldn't have been the right platform for that type of stuff, I guess. But I wonder if it was such a big thing, or if he's, he's playing into the culture wars to get his base, like all of these people, really energized, because they're the type of people that would really hate hearing someone weaponizing Islamophobia or something.
To rob us of our ambition, because they do not think that you deserve the beauty of a dignified life. And time and again, they have encouraged you to imagine less, because they know that a reimagined New York hurts their bottom line.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Apparently not New York, though. Right?
I believe that this city is like the universe, constantly expanding. We deserve a city government as ambitious as the working New Yorkers who make it the greatest city in the world. We cannot wait for someone else to deliver it.
No way. Ad campaigns showing that? Like, honestly? What? Like ad campaign? Maybe not ad campaign. Is this legit? I hope this is legit.
Zohran Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous. But what do his actual supporters think?
Mamdani isn't crazy.
This is not legit. This is not legit. Racist AI anti-Zohran Mamdani ad? Is this the one? Nah. Cuomo posts this AI ad, instantly deletes it. Fine, let's just watch it. Let's see if it's any good.
Zohran Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous. But what do his actual supporters think?
Mamdani isn't crazy.
He's just trying to even the playing field.
Give everyone a fair shot. Sure, he said multiple times we need to defund the police, but that was just a metaphor.
And yes, he did say crime is a social construct. But that was also a metaphor.
His main backer, the Democratic Socialists' ideas are common sense, such as
Decriminalizing misdemeanors, like shoplifting.
third-degree assault, trespassing, prostitution,
And drunk driving.
with plans to decriminalize all drugs. Mamdani will be a job creator for drug dealers.
Instead of helping us homeless get off the streets and into the mental health facilities we need, he wants to give us safe injection sites to do crack and let us sleep in subway carts.
These are actual policies Mamdani and the DSA want to implement on day one.
When a woman's being domestically abused, she...
Is this legit? It's not even synced up. Yeah, I know. What the fuck? This is legit? Should never deleted this ad. It was hilarious and true. Should re-released with the AI disclaimer. The fuck is this?
Finally won't have to deal with some pesky cop to arrest the abuser, but now a social worker to help, kumbaya the situation.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Mamdani is finally lowering jail sentences.
Guilty!
But Mamdani says you're free to go.
Woo-hoo!
Who cares if legalizing prostitution statistically leads to an increase for sex trafficking of women and young girls by 70%?
You can't have safety without equality.
For unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the Intifada.
I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal.
I'm a criminal.
Yep. I'm a criminal.
For Zoran. For Zoran Mamdani.
I didn't have a real job until I was 30, but sure, give me the keys to the city. What's the worst that can happen?
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
Is this legit?
Why would you do that? Oh my god. No way. Wow. Make sure to throw the eating with hands trope in there. My god. The Cuomos are total mafiosos. Yeah. The history of their family and Mario. Oh my god. Connected to all the right people. America has the biggest market for CP. I don't think legalizing prostitution is the issue over there. Yeah. Is this it? I wonder what the other stuff was. Showing burning towers. Or twin towers in the background. It's crazy. I will create jobs, uses AI to avoid paying actors or filmmakers or editors. Bro, I'm starting to think Cuomo doesn't even want to be mayor. What did I watch? Somebody got to steal AI from these geriatrics. I'm high as fuck and this shit is frying my ass. Globalize the Intifada. That Cuomo ad was insane. Fox News watchers will think this is real. Didn't Cuomo use millions of dollars in tax money to defend himself after he got caught groping his secretary? Man, this is crazy. I don't know if this is a legitimate ad. No way.
We are not afforded the luxury of waiting, because too often to wait is to trust those who delivered us to this point. On November 4th, we will set the course of our city back in the direction it belongs. And in doing so, we will answer a question that our nation has wrestled with from the dawn of our founding. Who is allowed to be free? There are some who hear that question and they know the answer without hesitation. They are the oligarchs who have accumulated vast wealth off those who labor from before the light breaks the horizon until long after color has drained from the sky. These are the robber barons.
Yeah, Cuomo posted that and then deleted it on purpose. What's okay, like circulate out there and like people will get a hold of it. That's crazy. Ah, man, that's some crazy shit. What does this say? Never forget early voting begins today. Vote Andrew Cuomo to save our city. Oh, so it's, you know, it's not subtle, kind of like, oh, this is what you're going to get if we have a Muslim that runs the city. Interesting. Okay, fair enough. Why did you have to make it a race thing for, man? That's heavy as fuck. That ad was so bad. I guess it doesn't matter. If it tricks enough people, that's all that matters, right?
Of America, and they believe their money affords them a larger say than the rest of us. I am not just talking about the Bill Ackmans and Ken Langones of the world. I speak of people whose names you are not familiar with, who have no qualms about contributing more.
Yeah, I know, right? Does it mean if you vote for Mamdani, Cuomo will bomb the towers again? Yeah. Yeah, I told you this was happening. It's like protection money. They'll come in and they'll start bombing the city. It's like, well, we warned you. And you still voted for him anyway.
More to super PACs than we would ever tax them, and who celebrate when those PACs flood our airwaves with commercials that plaster the words global jihad over my face. Their freedom doesn't just come at the expense of dignity and truth. It comes at the expense of the freedoms of others too. They are the authoritarians who seek to keep us pressed beneath their thumbs because they know that once we shake ourselves loose, we will never be held down again. Each and every one of these people think New York is for sale. For too long, my friends, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. The oligarchs of New York are the wealthiest people in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. They do not want the equation to change. They will do everything they can to prevent their grip from weakening. The truth is as simple as it is non-negotiable. We are all allowed freedom. Each one of us, the working people of this city, the taxi drivers, the line cooks, the nurses, all those seeking lives of grace, not greed, we all get to be free. And on November 4th, thanks to the hard work of more than 90,000 volunteers across every corner of this city, that is exactly what we will tell the world. Because while Donald Trump's billionaire donors think that they have the money to buy this election, we have a movement of the masses.
This guy must be the whitest Muslim boy since Cat Stevens. Savage.
And we are a movement that is not afraid of what we believe. And we've believed it for quite some time. Those who worry about what this movement may look like on January 1st are the ones who worried on October 23rd what it may look like tonight. But our purpose has not changed, and neither have our promises. As I said on the evening I announced, the job of government is to actually...
Oligarchy, tax the rich, blah, blah, blah. Still can't say the C word. Yeah, I haven't heard them say it once. I think maybe AOC said it. She said, no, she didn't say capitalism, though. She was just like, oh, and between labor and capital. And she was trying to talk about workers versus employers kind of dichotomy. But, like, yeah, they won't call out. And for socialists, right, for democratic socialists, they should be non-stop calling it out, the system for what it is.
make our lives better.
It should be.
And in the exact words I said on October 23rd, here is what we stand for, my friends. We are going to freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants and use every resource at our disposal to build housing for everyone who needs it. We are going to eliminate the fare on every single bus line and make what are currently the slowest buses in the nation move around this city with ease. And we are going to create universal childcare at no cost to parents, so New Yorkers can raise their family in the city they love. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... We will make our city one where every person who calls it home
can
live
that,
a dignified life.
Like he just said, he's going to deliver universal health care, I think he said. Can he do that? Is that really an option for him? I wonder if like our AI research assistant. He said healthcare, right? He said the line, right? Can the city of New York deliver universal health care? What about even at the state level? That's so funny. Can you read that? Yeah, there you go. Short answer, no, not really. at least not fully universal healthcare, in the same way a state or nation could. The city's legal and fiscal powers are too limited, but it can and does provide quasi-universal access to basic care through city-funded public health programs. Okay. Is universal child care. Ah, okay. Right. Okay, that makes more sense. The more I listen to him, the less I believe that he's a good public speaker. Well, you know what do you remember what happened at the start of this? He was kind of like, oh, the teleprompter's not working, and those two women had to run out and fix it for him. So he's got good delivery, and when you hear him speak in interviews, he can articulate well. But there's so much rhetoric just crammed in there, just sandwich it in. It's sentence after sentence. There's no like stop for pause, consideration, heartfelt opinion. It's just say the line, say the line, say the line, say the line kind of thing. It's very, but this is what it's devolved into. I don't think anyone really it moves out of this. And that's why Trump just cuts through. It's like through everything, because he's just, he's just a fucking loose cannon. And when like he has the teleprompter and stuff like that, he's just like, I'm not even going on the teleprompter. He'll say it in speeches and stuff, and he'll go off script for ages. Yeah, laughs in actual childcare. You go, America. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay, so it's childcare that he's speaking about.
No New Yorker should ever be priced out of anything they need to survive. And we believed then, we believe today, we will believe tomorrow that it is government's job to deliver that dignity. Dignity, my friends, is another way of saying freedom. Standing before you this evening, I take great strength from those who have labored mightily for the cause of freedom in America, who refused to accept that government could not meet what moments of crisis demanded from it. When the power of the people overwhelms the influence of the powerful, there is no crisis that government cannot meet. It was government that enacted a New Deal to lift a generation out of poverty, to create beautiful public goods, and establish the right to unionize and collectively bargain. My friends, the era of government that deems an issue too small or a crisis too big must come to an end. Because we need a government that is every bit as ambitious as our adversaries. A government strong enough to refuse the realities we will not accept and forge the future we know we deserve. A government that refuses to accept 1 in 4 New Yorkers living in poverty. That refuses to accept more than 150,000 public school students being homeless.
His platform is basically free city buses, rent freeze on rent stabilized apartments, universal childcare, city-owned grocery stores, and affordable housing construction. Approximately $10 billion to fund all of that. And he's just going to tax the rich to get it done. See, what I don't understand as well, isn't tax policy done at the state level? You don't actually collect like city taxes, do they? So like when they say that, is he going to reach out to the governor and get some type of deal? Okay, it does require state legislation. Right. Okay. So how does someone like him promise, really, that they can raise the funds necessary to do this without having basically the full agreement of the state? Oh, I'm gonna go 3:30. Are you on today? Yeah, how do they do that without massive coordination with the state or at the state level? That's crazy. I've always wondered. I mean, he gets a budget, but if he has to get additional money, he said it earlier, no one was pretending to say the right things. So he decided he would have to be the one. He said it. No one was pretending to say the right thing. So he decided. So he's just, this is a pure rhetoric train here. He's like, I'm going to go for these things, and if they don't help me out with it or they don't facilitate it, I'm just going to blame the state basically and say, look, I've tried to do all of these things, but I can't. They won't let me. They won't give me the money for it. We're being constrained because he's a communist, and communists lie. Yeah, okay, fine. And communists, yeah, they just lie, don't they? Yeah, up today, but not again till Friday. Okay, yeah, 3:30. We'll be ready to raid if you're banging on this afternoon. I was able to come for just a little bit yesterday. I was lurking for a little bit yesterday. While you were streaming, I had it on in the background while I was doing some stuff. I can't remember what section were you doing? You were looking at stuff on Rumble yesterday. You were looking at some stuff on Rumble, some dude with the massive dreadlocks, and he's going on about, I guess, Make America Great. He had the t-shirt on and stuff like that. He was rambling up something crazy. And I was like, damn, what's going on here? Yeah, I was lurking. I was a lurker. I saw you actually comment a couple of times, Squeeb. Yeah, trying hard to get a bingo there with Will Johnson. Right. And there was another part I came in a little bit later, and there was I don't know. There was a dude, like a black dude, he had a beard, and there was a guy with glasses that he was speaking to, and they were watching somebody else's stuff and calling these people out for being fence sitters, I think. I came in for 10 minutes and was able to watch for a little bit. And they were just blaming Twitch streamers and social media personalities generally for being fence sitters and professional fence sitters and making bank off being fence sitters and stuff on key issues. Man, he's been speaking for a while now. Damn. I guess this is his rally. Why not?
That refuses to accept that 2 union salaries are not enough to put down a mortgage in this city.
Okay,
And a government that refuses to accept you being priced out of the very city you helped to build every single day. Time and again, our nation has teetered on the precipice of hopelessness.
Is that the thing? The guy with the dreadlocks, those massive and the crazy paraphernalia, the Trump paraphernalia, LFA TV for you far right Fridays, for your far right Fridays. Is Jerry Poppins still here? Actually, I think Jerry Poppins was going to do a far right Friday with Australian right wing personalities. I wonder if he's still doing that for Friday or not.
Now is one of those times. But in each of these moments, working people have reached into the darkness and reshaped our democracy. No longer will we allow the Republican Party to be the one of ambition. No longer will we have to open a history book to read about Democrats leading with big ideas. My friends, the world is changing. It's not a question of whether that change will come. It's a question of who will change it. We have an opportunity before us that few have ever received and even fewer have seized. It's the opportunity to show the world what it means to win freedom. It is the opportunity to live up to the legacy left by those who came before. We do not get to determine the scale of a crisis. Our choice is how we respond. Let us win a city hall that works for those straining to buy groceries, not those straining to buy our democracy. And let us look forward to January 1st, when the hard work of governing will begin. Those in power would like to describe our policy commitments as if they are illusions that will evaporate as soon as we approach City Hall. Let us show them instead.
That last one was a foreign man video about the issues with larger content creators' audiences and how they refuse to go anywhere that might challenge their worldview and make them uncomfortable. Interesting. Well, we're never going to get that notoriety because that's pretty much all we do here. Constantly making each other feel uncomfortable. Hey, have you thought about this? Have you thought about this? Have you seen this? Oh, dude, I almost got him to say it. Hey? Making people feel uncomfortable.
That they are invocations of the future that we will win. And let us prove to each and every New Yorker that a politics of expansion does not just mean imagination. It insists upon fulfillment. We can make City Hall a place where New Yorkers come to expect the future, not just failure. But we are not there yet. Just as Andrew Cuomo's victory in the primary was thought to be inevitable, the same narrative has started to form around us today. When you read the articles that tell a post-election story of triumph while we are amidst early voting, when you see the Kalshi odds that have our chances of victory in the 90s, know this: you are reading the same things that Andrew Cuomo read when he went to sleep each night in June, believing that his victory was promised. We cannot allow complacency to infiltrate this movement. So over these 9 final days, I ask for only one thing from each of you.
But like, that's not how the Hassan machine works, is it? Yeah, it's something a lot of creators are thinking about. How do people like Hassan challenge their audiences to listen to voices that they may not usually hear or pay attention to? That's not the Hassan model. When they get that big, like, they're literally just, they're their own, like, kind of algorithmic gravitational force. And so they set the conversation, and they set a conversation that is like self-serving. It just serves the people to come back to it. So challenging the audience isn't the best thing to do with those people, because they're like, they want to max out their numbers all the time. Like, he's got an entire machine of people that work and tell him what to say, but like feed him in terms of what he's going to be looking at for the day. And like, they'd all be about making sure they're maxing out their numbers all the time. He's always said he's meant to be the start of a pipeline that the left doesn't have, and he's failing that. Yeah, it's just, I think he's just too big. Like, you know, he's an entity now. He's more of a brand than an individual, if that makes sense. And so like, he's got to stick to the brand kind of thing. And then he does his own things. Like, he'll yell at his audience and tell them why he thinks they're wrong about stuff. So he challenges them in that way. But does he bring new ideas beyond that? I don't know. Probably not, because like I said, he's a brand now. He's a brand. So it's beyond even him. It's like a Hassan business model kind of thing, as opposed to just him as an individual who gets to choose what he wants to do. He probably doesn't have that liberty, I'd say. Fuck the brand. Yeah, fuck the brand. But like, it's not happening. Fuck the brand. So good.
More. I know you are tired. And for that, I recommend some Adani chai. And still, I ask for more. I know the attacks have intensified, that a warm bed is more inviting than a 6th-floor walk-up, that another evening spent knocking doors after a long workday feels daunting. And still, I ask for more.
How do you know Dilemma? Do you watch Hassan? You are continually smashing my expectations of what it is that you get up to. Like, your political like leanings, I wouldn't have guessed that you're across his stuff. Comes right before FTC. I'm assuming that C is for capitalism.
I ask for more because that is the only way that we win a future of more. So if you are able, I urge you, my friends, stand up. If you have knocked a door, turn your flashlight on. If you will knock a door, turn your flashlight on. If you have more to give, turn your flashlight on. Together, let us make a light bright enough to banish any darkness.
Do you know what shows that like he isn't exactly a public speaker as such? Is that he's just reading off a teleprompter. He said stand up. And he actually wanted them to stand up. And did you see the confusion in the background of the people like, do I stand up now or not? Like, if you're speaking to people and you're moving a crowd, like emotionally as well as physically, like, you know, stand up. Like, he's just reading from a script. Like, it's full of rhetoric and like his usual talking points and stuff like that. But it's not coming from the heart. That's for sure. It's interesting. I try to consume evenly across the political spectrum. Ain't nobody dropping an argument on me that I haven't considered. That's the goal anyway. Yeah, well, there you go. I wouldn't have the time to go through Hassan's stuff. He streams for fucking hours. Hours a day. It's mental. I know how he does it.
Over these final 9 days and the months and years that follow, the powers that be will throw everything in their arsenal against us. They will spend millions more dollars. They will attack us from every conceivable angle. But we will not bend. We will not flinch. We will triumph over the oligarchs and we will return dignity to our lives. Nearly 89 years ago to the day, FDR spoke before a crowd of thousands at Madison Square Garden. He said, I should like to have it said of my first administration that in it, the forces of selfishness and of lust for power met their match. I should like to have it said of my second administration that in it, these forces met their master. My friends, I should like to have it said of our campaign that in it, the forces of selfishness and lust for power met their match. And I should like to have it said of our city hall that in it, these forces met their master. New York, our work has only just begun. On November 4th, we set ourselves free. Thank you.
I have to cut the music. I got fucking copyright hit yesterday. We didn't even play much. And it's coming through the speakers from a live rally. And I got hit up for copyright. Like, fucking damn. The algorithm's heavy. It's all over me like a rash. It's all over me like a rash. I wonder if they still have a live feed going. My God, they still have a live stream going. That's crazy.
Scared little boys playing soldier. Scared little boys playing soldier.
That's mental.
How many cowards on the roof does it take to watch people peacefully protest?
We're going to change perspective for a while, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Let's do it. Changing perspectives. Hey, this guy's here for the content. You can tell by the way he talks.
I want to be able to see this without this douchebag.
I'm gonna give you
multi-stream. I want to go see those people in. Damn. Portland protests. Maybe do that. It's not actually live. Oh, this is live. No way. Here's the war zone. Hey. Here's the war zone. Well, I guess I should be getting ready for more ICE and National Guard after next week. Yeah. Hey, interesting. This will warm you up. Maybe you're going to have to get yourself a little animal costume to go with. Because that was the threat that was being made, right? When we watched the debate. It was like Cuomo was basically saying, if you vote for this guy, this Muslim terrorist with an extensive beard, then you're inviting Donald Trump to send in ICE and the National Guard because Trump has already threatened to do so. And so, like, by voting for him, you're just enabling Trump to crack down on the city. Fully admitting the fact that Trump is a president that would actually do that, weaponize the National Guard and ICE to terrorize a city full of people because he doesn't like the mayor. Hey? And people are worried about whether or not he's a tyrant or a king. I wonder if it's going to get more heated than the 2020 protests. That shit was wild. Yeah, well, it's not very heated at the moment, is it? No? It's hilarious. Like, when you say it gets wild, like, if Zoran gets in and then Trump starts, like, cracking down on people and, like, sends in ICE hardcore and people go nuts on the streets of New York. Is that what you mean? Is it going to get more hardcore than that? We've seen this scene already. Is this really live?
This is the Federal Protective Service. The facility is closed and not open to the public. Stay out of the area of the driveway to allow for vehicular traffic. Remain on the sidewalk or across the street. Anyone, to include the press, trespassing on federal property is subject to arrest.
That sounds so dystopian, isn't it?
Look. Let's go.
Yeah, is this even live?
Look, they're running. Someone's running all the way down there. That person is running.
I don't think this is live. Old footage, not live. Oh, there you go. Savage. Live my ass. False flag. I guess there's no more live feeds of it then. I guess there is, but I had to find it some other way. Yeah, this is the one that we were just watching. I guess I had to go back to this douchebag. What about this guy? Let's have a look at him. Starforge Systems.
Yeah.
This is streamer inception, isn't it? I'm streaming. Yeah, I wonder if ICE really does start showing up more, how much people will pop off. That footage the other day of those people. Let's look for, what's his name? People were pissed off. Yeah, this is the one. He's such a...
We got this lady hitting cars.
They're fucking Nazis. They're abducting people from their homes and their schools.
Protesters that just appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah, because this was
anywhere
like
right now.
mob shit.
We're right here outside the federal court.
This was flash. Like, it just happened just quickly. And, like, everybody seemed to just be gathering in the area. This is your trans Tifa. This is your natural trans Tifa. Spontaneously organizing in the streets where the ICE secret police show up. So the people of the streets just react. Look at that. Shirley needs to get some sleep. Those bags are getting bad. I know, right? Like, when I first saw this guy, I was like, he's 21 for sure. He's got to be like in his early 20s. And then, yeah, he obviously hasn't been sleeping well. Shirley needs to get some sleep. Yeah, people in New York, they fucking reacted quickly to this one. Like, unless they were out the front for a while and the crowd was able to gather, like, people got pissed off real quickly. And they really started to gather. So it'll be interesting to see what happens if this starts to become, like, just ramped up, right? It'll be really interesting to see what happens if they ramp this up. If Mamdani comes in. And then they accidentally pick Mamdani off the street. It's dense, man. People can organize. Yeah, it's dense. Yes. Yes. That is a good point.
They have one man underneath arrest right here. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember being in Paris and seeing how quickly people were able to move into the streets when they wanted to do something. Like, literally just walking downstairs, they're like, oh, wait, this is on now? Oh, okay. Let's just go downstairs, check that out. Crazy.
We have this arrest going on right here.
We're not used to that in Sydney. Man, this was quick. So this is like 5 days ago, it says here.
What makes you so passionate
That he's put this.
Why?
Get the fuck out of my face.
Nazis, they're abducting people from their homes and their schools and their jobs, and they know what they're doing is wrong, and they don't give a shit because they're heartless monsters.
The people are upset. Look at it. You have feds coming through here. They got rifles.
Sydney's far better at separating the people. Yeah. It makes a big difference for, like, people's ability to actually, get together. Big difference.
Yes, sir. I got you. They have pepper ball guns right here as well. Now they're trying to go inside of the federal court building. Right there is the federal court building. Wow. This lady just pushed the wrist. Yes, sir. Oh. Now they have just arrested the girl who I was just barely interviewing. She's underneath arrest right now.
And look who it is, bro.
Streets of New York City.
It's the coppers. It's the local coppers that are helping out too. Yeah. I thought the problem in Portland and stuff like that was the cops aren't helping out ICE. I know that's a big territorial dispute thing. And, like, we don't want ICE here, so we don't help out. But yeah, NYPD all over like a rash. This is downtown too, which isn't as residential as other parts of Manhattan or the outer boroughs. So like, it'll get worse, right? Have you seen some of the footage in Chicago where, like, they're in the suburbs as well, and, like, it's like someone, like, the truck or whatever it is, like, rocks up, and then they start, like, raiding a house that's like a share house probably, and there's heaps of people living in it, and then all these people just start gathering on the street corners and stuff like that, and they're hustling and giving a hard time to the ICE agents, and then they've, like, they've opened fire on them, like, with rubber bullets or whatever, and, like, and what are they, like, smoke. They've, like, tried to, like, disperse the crowd and all that sort of stuff. But, like, this is in the suburbs, and, like, everyone just starts gathering around, and they're just, like, chasing people through the streets. Yeah, if they start pulling this shit in the Bronx, Brooklyn, or Queens, it could get nasty quickly. Well, did you see them go after those people? I don't know where they're from, but there was those, like, African, I don't know, vendors. I don't know what you call them, and they just sell, like, shit on the street, like watches and handbags and stuff like that, and they pulled them all up, and it was one of the guys that attacked him in one of his other videos, and they pulled him off the street. So I wonder where they were. The Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens could get nasty. Yeah, they're just defending them the whole time. That was on Canal Street, which is lower Manhattan. Okay. Right. The local law enforcement for the boys. Help out ICE.
All the feds are inside. Now they've all entered into the federal building. Now you have all the protesters right here, and NYPD is right here. I've seen you yelling at the feds. How do you feel about this?
Man, what? Come on, man. We on that. Sorry about my language.
Yeah, what do you mean by you're on there?
We get, bro, this the wrong place for that. We just the wrong place for that.
Short mother. Short mother. You're ugly as too.
Now we got this guy yelling right at the police. Everyone's just yelling shame.
Shame, bro. That's right. Don't look at me anymore.
Step back. Okay. Shame. That's so good. Not happy. My God. So like, if this is going to become normal, my Lord, we'll see. I guess we will see, won't we? So this is what happens if Mamdani wins. Okay, this becomes like the daily occurrence, ramped up massively. Trump's already threatened it. ICE raid New York City. Angry crowd clashed with ICE officers after 9 immigrant street vendors were arrested on Canal Street. This is the one. This is the one from the 21st. Yeah, what's the rules in New York? Do they have to show their faces? Because like this is a really contentious issue at the moment. There's like state governments and like trying to pass the legislation that if ICE are going to come in, they have to show their faces. Why is it that they don't have to show their faces? Is there a rule like for the Department of Homeland Security? Do they have their own, rules and standards or something? Or do these people just don't want to be found out and doxxed or something like that? They're protecting their identity. Show your face. Show your face. Yeah, show your face, bro. Get the fuck out of here. It's so good. It's like we're playing GTA. I love it. Get the fuck out of here. I think DHS has basically given them full immunity. Fuck me dead. That's heavy. That's what you need if you're going to have like a private army, right? A secret police. Full immunity. Do whatever you want, boys. Cause all the terror that you need. This is a weird cosplay of the nun lady from Game of Thrones. Yeah, right. Shame, shame. They aren't even in costume when they're saying shame. That's pretty funny. There she is. She followed them all the way down the street, this one. She was vocal. We saw her in Nick Shirley's one at the end there. Hey? Comments are turned off. Interesting. Yeah, so this is where we're going. Yeah. This fucking flash mob, man. She got arrested. That was the one that got arrested too. See, with the stuff that we were talking about yesterday, like all of these people, this is the type of decision that you're gonna have to make when you go out into the public sphere for stuff like this moving forward. Is do you cover your face or not? If they're all doing it, why aren't these people doing it as well? Because everyone here, because there's plenty of footage of it, everyone's got their phone out. It's been put up on social media. It's been pasted all around the place. That woman's face is recognizable now. We've seen her. Look what happened to those street vendors that were selling shit and attacked, and punched Nick Shirley's cameraman the other day. They deliberately got him. They deliberately got that guy. After Shirley put out that video of him having an altercation with him, lo and behold, he gets taken by ICE. Okay? It's no coincidence. And so like that woman there and all these people that are hanging around out here with the sophisticated apparatus that Palantir has helped set up, and with this predictive policing stuff, these people they're taking a bit of a risk. You would have to think, considering what we watched today, that like they're not covering their biometric data a little bit better. And if you're going to do stuff like this, you know, leave your phone at home kind of stuff, right? You don't want to be bringing your phone out and having that with you while you're doing this, because they're watching, and they're gonna, like, anyone that was in the vicinity of this and following the movements of the truck, they're gonna be put on that fucking watch list and labeled trans Tifa. They're fully armored vehicles as well. Like, what's this? What's going on here? They're ready. The police, like the law enforcement, this is just training runs, man. My God, for the apocalypse. It's happening. Why are they so armed, these guys? The other ones were kind of just like casual, wearing the vest kind of thing. These guys are ready. These are proper soldiers, right? Look at that. Look at that. He's got a fucking... He's got a weapon. Damn. There's a few suspect characters, sorry, repeat offenders in there that we saw on Nick Shirley's video as well. Man. Palantir's got you now. Palantir's got you now. All right. We are leaving it there today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us for the afters. Just been, I don't know, trying to figure out what the fuck is going to happen to New York, but we're going to see a little bit more of this type of footage. Again, if Mamdani wins, the threat has been made. Trained in Israel. NYPD has an office. No way. That's the joke, right? Kfar Saba. No way. Even since the North Hollywood shootout, all American cops have kit like that in their squad cars. Right, okay. But like, why don't the other ones then? Like, why do they ramp that up? They've got their casual clothes ones, their plain clothes ones, and then they brought in the other ones. It's not even a joke? Oh, okay. What the fuck's that about? Totally militarized. It's not even a joke. Trained in Israel. Man, the ties between the two between the two states is incredible, isn't it? No wonder why they can't divest from one another. They need each other to survive. All right, thank you everyone for hanging out with for the afters. We'll be back tomorrow with some more, as always, as you know. And if you are able, please go over to Twitch right now. That's right, right now, and we're going to raid Indoctrinathan and his stream. So if like I said, if you're able, please go over and join us in Twitch land, and we're going to do some raiding. But yes, thank you for your interactions today. I do appreciate it. It's been a very interesting journey. Covered a lot of territory today, so it's been fun. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I will see you on the morrow, and if you are in Twitch world, then get ready for the raid, the Raidos. We're going to hit that up now. So let me see if I can get this working. Yes. No, I'm not going to knock. Indoctrinathan knows that we're coming. Open door policy. Open door policy. Thank you, everyone. And I'll see you all tomorrow. See you on the flip side, y'all. Dew.